All right. Are we ready, folks? All right. Let's get this meeting underway. Tonight is Tuesday, August 10th, 2021. It is currently 6:40. We had a little technical catch-up to do. My name's Lynn Fidler. I'm the chair of the ZBA. We have four board members here this evening: Chris Belisos, myself, Mark Stiles, and Steve Feeney here for our members here live with you this evening. We also have two Zoom members that are Zooming in, so I need to do a roll call for those two members. Do we have Larry Keane available?
He was there a second ago.
Larry, can you hear my voice? All right, we're going to switch over to Heidi. Heidi, are you there and can you hear my voice?
$100 million budget.
Andrew's also speaking and we can't hear him.
Okay. So we're unable to hear the audio.
Is there volume to turn up?
Maybe she's muted.
It shouldn't be coming off of one screen.
Looks like it was up already. Down the bottom. Or is that the Zoom?
Yeah.
You probably have to change the settings on your computer there, the audio output.
Thank you. That's my next text.
Oops, I touched the screen.
Is your audio on?
It was. Right here. That's Steven. Wait a minute, sorry.
They can hear us, Lynn.
They can hear
us.
They can?
Yeah, it says from Kenneth Hay.
I unmuted myself.
I don't know.
So why don't we just abandon this and go straight to MCTV?
We still need to hear them though.
Won't we be able if we disconnect here?
Sean?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'll be able to pick it up regardless of what you do.
All right, I haven't opened this hearing yet, so. I'm gonna.
But they're not, they can't participate, right? But they can. Yep.
It says turn the volume up on the TV.
It's at 60 already.
Yeah,
Dude,
16.
calling John?
Yeah.
I just sent him a text.
What a way to
Hey, so we just have a big problem here because we can't get any audio from Zoom coming across.
Alright, so how do I get Zoom signed in on that laptop?
Last time everything was signed in for me.
Since they can. Alright, and so if it's through this one, it's gonna run. Can I get the agenda?
It's been in there since you first moved in. She's Michelle Crombie?
Alright, it says join with computer audio, do that.
I did that from this.
Alright, now Lynn, you gotta mute yourself. Alright. Thank
Heidi,
John.
can you hear me?
Alright. Now, this is saying, John was saying this should be running through MCTV's microphones.
They'll take my feed for the audio.
So this just has to be permanently unmuted, is that correct?
I believe so.
Alright, so Larry, can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, alright. I
Excellent.
think we're all set up now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. So to explain for the board, MCTV is the audio for this, not Zoom. So I believe we are good to go. So I'm going to just recap to the board. I gave him my orders of this hearing. We were just about to go through the roll call for Larry and Heidi, so I'll start again. Larry Keane, can you hear my voice?
Yes, I can. I'm at home
Okay.
in Marshfield.
All right, thank you, Larry, and you're heard very easily tonight, so thank you. Heidi Conway, can you hear my voice?
Yes, I can, and I'm home as well.
Okay, thank you so much. All righty.
Can you hear me? Just a second.
Andrew, I can hear
Yes.
you. All righty. So do we have town council with us this evening?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can. Is that Tony?
It is.
All right. Nice to hear you. Hear your voice. Okay.
Can you just explain to the folks on Zoom what just happened? Because I know they could hear me before I went up to the hearing, and then they wouldn't have been able to hear me again until I connect with Larry.
I did explain that. I believe you were probably walking down the stairs, but I'll reiterate that. The technical difficulty was between the conflict between the Zoom audio and so what we've done is we've eliminated the Zoom audio out of the selectmen's chambers, and the audio is through MCTV. And it seems like we are all a go for this hearing. So tonight is Tuesday, August 10th, 2021, and it is now 6:47. So we're having a delay because of that, and this is a very long hearing. I'd like to remind the members of the audience, the members of the Zoom and MCTV, if you are part of our audience this evening, that you would need to unmute yourself at the time that it is your turn to do so. And if you are calling in, the numbers are identified on the agenda. And if you are calling in at your designated time to speak, you need to press *6 to speak, to unmute yourself, and then I'd like to remind you to press *6 again to mute yourself when you are done speaking. So, this is a hearing, it's a very long hearing tonight, so we have made some changes to our order this evening. I'd like to reiterate to the public that what that order is, and we have also identified that order on the front door here at the town hall for those that are walking in. So this evening we have, first up is case 2128. Second up is 2144. Third up is case 1981. Fourth up is case 2127. Fifth up is case 1948. Okay, so those are our continued hearings from, continue hearings to date certain, 8/10/2021, 6:30, and/or other business. So of new hearings this evening, we have case 2156, which is up 6th. 7th is 2152. 8th is 2155. 9th is 2150. 10 is 2151. 11th is 2143A, and then 11A is 2143. Same address. Number 12 is case 2157. Number 13 is 2149, 14 2154, 15 2160, 16 2159, 17 2148, 18 2153, 19 2158, and lastly, case 2161, and that is number 20. So, Nancy, are we set to get, you're good? Okay. All right. So I'd like to start with case 2120.
Can I jump in for a second?
Yes.
I think you talked about having a moment of silence for Danny Sheehan.
Oh, that's
before the meeting.
correct. Town of Marshfield, we've lost a dear little angel this week, and I'd like to have a moment of silence for him, please. Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to get teary. Case 2128. So this applicant is American Towers LLC, 0 Snow Road. And the applicant has requested a continuance to September 14th, 2021. If the board is in agreement, I would like to ask right now, are we okay with that? Heidi?
Yes.
Larry?
Yes.
And everybody here is okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I'd like to make a motion to grant that continuance for case 2128 to September 14th, 2021 at 6:30. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mark Stiles. All those in favor?
Aye.
Lynn Fiddler, aye.
Mark Stiles, aye. Aye.
Larry Keane?
Aye.
Heidi?
Aye.
Okay. All right, moving on. We have case 2144, which is CJV Automotive and Towing, Inc., 847 Webster Street, Unit 6. This applicant has also requested to continue until September 14th, 2021. Is the board amendable to that? Heidi?
Yes. Yes.
Larry?
Yes.
Okay, and this
Yes.
board,
Yeah.
we're okay. I'd like to make a second, make a motion to continue to September 14th, case 2144. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mark Stiles. All those in favor?
Chris Melzos, aye.
Lynn Fiddler, aye.
Mark Stiles, aye. Aye.
Larry Keane
Aye.
and Heidi Conway.
Aye.
Okay. All right, and we're going to keep going. So now we're into case 1981. This applicant has also requested a continuance to September 14th, 2021, 6:30 certain. Are you okay with that, Heidi?
Yes.
Larry?
Yes.
Board?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to grant the continuance for case 1981 to September 14th, 2021, 6:30, date certain. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mark Stiles. All those in favor? Chris?
Chris Millers, aye.
Lynn Fiddler, aye.
Mark Styles, aye.
Aye.
Larry Keane?
Aye.
And Heidi Conway.
Aye.
All right. Okay. We also have case D, which is 2127, which is Brian and Kathleen Tedeschi of 162 Bay Avenue. Do we have the petitioner available this evening?
Yes.
Yes. I'm going to read this into the record. 2127, Brian and Kathleen Tedeschi, 162 Bay Avenue. Petitioners are requesting that the board determine if moving the proposed structure 7.6 feet towards Bay Avenue would be considered a minor modification. The northerly side setback of 5.7 will be maintained, but due to the angle of the property line, the southerly side setback would be reduced from 3.4 feet to 3.0 feet. The petitioners were granted a special permit at the April 13th meeting. So if the board would take a peek at the screen. And this is a request for a minor modification, and typically this board will not be in favor of moving a footprint, which is a request to do so. Do you have any comment?
Yes, up on the screen you just had the original approved plan, and I have the, this is the proposal that you bring up. Yeah. So, and if I may, just come over here and stand, I guess, over there.
There is a
right?
pointer, yep, that's
Yeah,
fine.
so-
Just as long as you're...
So the hatched area is where the existing house is.
I'm sorry, I didn't ask your name for the record.
Brian Tedeschi petition.
Thank you. Continue.
So the previous plan that was approved, I'll just stay with just the front of the house here. This line here was back 7 feet from what's shown, to about back to about here. And my brother, who is the southerly border, asked if we would just move it back up, in effect, to where the house is here. So the whole, it's the exact same structure, everything just slides to the west, approximately 7 feet.
Okay. All right, thank you. Anything further to add? You're good?
Pardon?
Anything further to add?
Unless there's any questions. I
Okay.
really want to
Any
take
questions
time.
from the board?
Just why?
Yes.
Why do you want to slide it forward?
Visibility from the back of his home in that direction.
And what does it do to the setbacks?
So the existing dwelling at its closest point to the sideline is 1.1 feet, right here. That's the old building here. The former location of this was, oh, that was just being shown, all right, 3.4 feet, and now it's come down to 3.0 feet. So this is the closest point to this property line. This property line all stays exactly the same. The house is running along parallel to the property line.
Okay. Any questions from the public? I didn't ask Larry or Heidi any questions.
No,
Okay.
it's just because of a view in the back, is that what it is?
Correct.
So your setback is,
Heidi, if you see here, and this is the previously approved site plan,
Yep.
and if you get the neighbor here and their view looking northeast,
Right,
right?
yeah,
Now, you go to the updated site plan where they move it back a little bit. You can see now they've got,
oh, I see,
the structure is moved back so that they'll have actually a view to the northeast as opposed to here. So they're moving the entire structure up further towards the street, away from the dune, okay?
Yep.
I should say. And it's still less non-conforming than the existing house. It's
Yep.
just 3 feet to the lot line instead of the 3.4 that they did. But I think overall, you know, what they're doing is they're moving the structure further away from the dune. They're allowing their neighbor to have a better view, you know, so.
I don't have an issue with it.
So Andrew, this is basically just aesthetically pleasing for the setting of the house on the lot and also the neighbors. That's pretty much correct?
That's correct.
And if that lot line
okay,
was straight,
thank you.
we would have no question.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's fine.
the issue
And
that,
again, I'm sorry, the point made, Andrew, is that it's still less non-conforming than the original structure, is that correct?
That's right. If you look, the original structure, actually right here where the hand is,
Yeah.
it encroaches, it's on the lot line.
Okay,
So
yeah,
it's actually located on the lot line, so they're moving, by moving away 3 feet. Even this side, even right here, you can, where the existing structure is with the covered porch, they're moving it further away. So that whole side is becoming less non-conforming.
Okay, thank you.
so this board has typically not granted a minor modification for a footprint change, which this is. In this circumstance, the explanation kind of makes sense to me. However, it's still not, in my opinion, not a minor modification where it is a footprint change. If we're going to try to remain consistent. But I'm here to hear what the rest of the board has to say.
I'm fine with it. You know, it's not any more non-conforming, it's still better. They just amending their plan in the way is the way I'm looking at it.
Is there an abutter on the opposite side?
Is there an?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes, there is.
And is that abutter aware of this change?
I'm not 100% sure.
Probably wouldn't affect them.
I didn't give it to
I'm sorry, Heidi?
I don't think it's gonna affect them because they're set back, and then there's a garage in front, so I don't know that that's gonna be an issue for them.
I'm kind of recollect,
It doesn't change their
yeah,
setback.
it
on that
doesn't
side
change
either.
anything from their standpoint?
Yeah,
Okay,
no.
It's at the request of the southerly abutter to begin with.
okay. Any questions from the public? Comments? Again, if you would like to speak, you need to press *6 if you're on the phone or unmute. Alrighty. So I'd like to make a motion to grant the minor modification to 2127 for 162 Bay Avenue. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mark Stiles. All those in favor?
Chris Fellows, aye.
Lynn Fiddler, nay.
Mark Stiles, aye.
Steve Feeney, aye.
Larry Keane,
Aye.
Heidi Conway.
Aye.
Can I just ask a question? Are we
Oh, we
alternating
have to,
votes?
we need to, so Larry is an associate, so Heidi would be the vote for this. And we'll take Chris Felisos on this vote, and the next one will be Larry Keane. Larry, did you hear me on that?
Yes, that's fine, thank you.
Okay, just as we're going. Alrighty, so this has been granted with a vote of 4-1. So you're all set with this as being a minor modification. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, we have case 1948, which is Green Harbor Yacht Club. And this is a request, is the applicant here?
No.
Okay. This is a request for an extension of a special permit 19-48, which was conditioned upon the application and receipt of all appropriate licenses, including without limitation, the Chapter 91 Waterways Permit/license, any orders of conditions or conservation permits, and Commonwealth of Massachusetts DEP permits and orders of conditions. The Chapter 91 and water quality certificate was issued July 22nd, 2021. So this applicant has requested a continuance, and this has come in front of us previously, and I believe that was with Marshfield Yacht.
That's an extension.
Was it an extension?
You would say continuance.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just want to keep it all clear.
Yes, that's an extension, sorry. So in that case, we extended 2 years past the Chapter 91 certificate. Was that correct? Yes. So I would like to make a motion to grant that without, unless the board has any comments on this. I'm hearing crickets, so I'm guessing we're okay. Any comments from the public? Alrighty. I will say it again. I will make a motion to grant the extension to July 22nd, 2023. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mark Stiles. All those in favor?
Chris Moses, aye.
And Larry Keane, you're voting on this. Lynn Fiddler, aye.
Mark Stiles, aye.
Steve Heaney, aye.
Thank you. Larry Keane.
Aye.
Heidi Conway.
Aye.
With a vote of 5-0, that extension has been granted. Okay, into new hearings. Do we have the applicant for 90 Edwards Road here? Or on Zoom?
I don't see them here.
Are they on Zoom? Give them another second. Again, this is case 2156, 90 Edward Road. Do we have the applicant?
I don't know if it's a case where they were further down the agenda, if they weren't going to come until later.
Do we have the ability to text them or email them?
I don't think I have a text. I know I have their email.
Do you think you can email them?
Yeah.
Yep.
It was a lot later changed.
Nancy, are you okay for me to continue without you keeping notes?
Yeah, no, fine.
Did she say yes, I'm fine?
Yeah, she said.
Okay. Do we have the applicant here for 2152, which is 82 Genevieve Lane?
Yeah.
They did on Zoom, I think.
Hello?
Hello? Can you please identify yourself?
Stephen Smith here.
Hi, Stephen. I'm going to read this into the record, and then we will get started. This is case 2152. Stephen V. Smith, the petitioner is seeking a special permit in accordance with 305-10.12 of the Marshfield Municipal Code to construct a 23-foot by 6-inch by 28-foot attached two-car garage on the property located at 82 Genevieve Lane, which is further identified on the assessor's maps as being on parcel L05-27-04A and is located in an R3 zoning district. Okay. Would you like to explain your project to us?
I am suffering from an autoimmune disease, and I'm looking to put a two-car garage on the side of my house so that I will be able to stay in my house longer and not have to be in a facility.
Okay, well, you'll see in front of you, Stephen, the site plan for your property.
Correct.
Okay.
So Stephen's nonconformity, really the only reason he has to go to the ZBA is because this side of the house has a nonconformity He previously has gotten a special permit from the ZBA to make this into a more accessible bathroom, master bathroom area for him. And so they're looking to add this, would all be within the setbacks. But this is the only non-conformity in the house and the only reason he has to go to the ZBA.
So it's a 15-foot setback, and we're at 12.1, causing that nonconformity.
That's correct.
Okay. Did they provide a rendering, Andrew? Okay. Any questions from the board? No. Larry, any questions?
No, looks good to me.
Heidi?
Nope, all set.
Any questions from the public? And we have gone through the deeds. I made sure that we have everything, board members, this evening. Okay. Any questions from the public again? No. Again, press *6 if you'd like to speak or unmute yourself. Alrighty. I'd like to make a motion to grant the special permit in accordance with 305-10.12. And before we continue down this road, can you also, Andrew, the items 1 through 10 for the special permit, just put them up briefly? Acknowledging that the board has reviewed these 1 through 10, which we've seen it a million times, but.
Sorry.
That's all right.
I wasn't prepared for that, I guess.
Yeah, I meant to have it as a sideline for you to grab if we needed it. But I'm going to continue while you're putting it up because the board knows it like the back of their hand at this point. So we are going to repeat that and make a motion to grant case 2152, acknowledging that the board has reviewed and is in favor and in agreement that items 1 through 10 have been met. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mark Stiles. All those in favor? Chris, you're on this.
Gonzalez, aye.
Lynn Fiddler, aye.
Mark Stiles, aye.
Heidi Conway
Aye.
and Larry Keane.
Aye.
Thank you. Were you able to get an email?
Yes, there was a misunderstanding. He will come down.
Okay, very good. So we just worked on case 2152, 82 Genevieve. No comments from the public. Okay. And a vote of 5-0.
Thank you.
Using Chris on that.
Thank you.
Alrighty. Moving forward. Thank you, Stephen. You're all set.
Thank you very much, board.
Have a nice evening.
Good luck, Mr. Smith. Same to you.
Thank you. Okay, case 2155. Do we have the applicant here this evening?
What's the other?
The applicant is for 80 Gotham Hill Drive,
Yeah.
Michelle Chafee and Gregory Welch.
I'm the builder, I'm here. Russ
And-
Fitzgerald.
Russ
Yep,
Fitzgerald. All right, I'm going to read it in the record, okay? 2155, Michelle Chafee and Gregory Welch. The petitioners are seeking a special permit in accordance with 305-10.12 of the Marshfield Municipal Code to replace the existing 8-foot by 8-foot breezeway with a new 8-foot by 16-foot breezeway on the property located at 80 Gotham Hill Drive, which is further identified on the assessor's maps as being on parcel K040309 and is located in an R2 zoning district. So Russ, would you like to explain to the board your plans, and Andrew will get those up in a sec.
It's a breezeway that's between the garage and the house.
No, just when I'm done. Otherwise, I'd have paper all over. Okay, so here's your application.
So, alright.
Alrighty, so here's
there
your
somewhere.
site plan. There you go.
Yep. So, that's the existing breezeway right here.
Okay.
Between the garage and the house. And the reason we're here is the garage is less than 15 feet. We're gonna expand the breezeway from, it's 8 feet now, it'll be 16 feet, it'll come out to here.
Okay.
There's a floor plan.
Yes. So there's no more non-conforming. And the board has the floor plan as well. Just a sec. Okay, if you'd like to explain the
Yep.
floor plan.
So that's the existing. And then we're taking it from, the front isn't changing, we're going back to about 8 inches to the corner. We're gonna keep it back just for, so we don't have to re-side the back of that. And we are adding a porch to access it in the front.
All right.
So that's what it will look like there. It's done. That's what it looks like now, front and back.
All right, any questions from the board? Any questions from the public? Larry and Heidi, you good?
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good.
All righty. So I'd like to make a motion to grant the special permit in accordance with 305-10.12, acknowledging that the board has reviewed and is in favor of items 1 through 10 of our special permit requirements. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Chris Belzos, aye.
Lynn Fiddler, aye.
Mark Stiles, aye.
Heidi Conway
Aye.
and Larry Keane.
Aye.
Larry, this is your vote.
Okay.
So you have a vote of 5-0, so your special permit has been granted. You can be in touch with Nancy and work through the final details.
All right.
All right, good luck with
Thank
your
you for your time.
project.
Yep.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Good night. Okay, so we're moving on to case 2150, Megan Sullivan and Philip Conley for 37 North River Drive. I believe that's Dick Rockwood.
Yep.
Dick, can you hear me?
I'm here.
He's here.
Oh, he's here. I'm looking on the side. Much better in person. Okay, so I'm going to read this into the record. 2150 Megan Sullivan and Philip Conley. The petitioners are seeking special permits in accordance with 305-10.12 and 305-11.09 and a variance in accordance with 305-10.11 of the Marshfield Municipal Code for relief from 305-1109 C6 to construct a 14.8 foot by 18 foot addition and create a 842 square foot accessory apartment within the addition on the property located at 37 North River Drive, which is further identified on the assessor's maps as being on parcel E1901-05. So there you go. So if you'd like to, again, identify yourself for the record and
I'm
explain.
Dick Rockwood. I've done the architectural work for the Sullivans here. So that's the, so what we're adding is this right here. This section right here. This is already existing. as a room and a deck over it. Part of this, we are also requesting to have an in-law suite. Do you have that as,
We have it as a variance.
okay,
Yep.
for the in-law suite. This house, if you have the floor plans, so the house is conforming. So I'm really not here necessarily to add this addition on, because I can do that as a matter of right. I have my 20, it's a R2 zone, I believe. It's 40 front, I'm 25 on the side, but we're really here for the in-law suite, accessory dwelling. The accessory dwelling will be less than 40% of the existing structure. There's actually, in this house, the owners have just purchased the house. We're probably going on 9 months or so from when they purchased the house. And Mr. Conley, that is here in the audience, is living in this. And this already has a kitchen in it, in the lower level. But it was never done as an accessory dwelling. So now we want to use it as a legal accessory dwelling, so we're just adding, we're expanding it by adding the addition. But that kitchen area and bedroom area is already in the dwelling. I have legal light in the bedroom, legal egress windows out of it. It's a full walkout on the back of this house. So that's what we're requesting the approval on. And I think in there we had the math for the house as far as the square footage for this versus the square footage of the rest of the house. The upstairs is like 1,500 square feet.
Okay.
Plus the rest of the family uses that downstairs area. So I turned in the math, it was less than the 40%, which is required.
So this application is in front of us, the variance to avoid the bylaw requirement for the 3-year, which the town is working on amending that bylaw.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay.
So, as I say, it already had a kitchen in it. I would have been here for that, but we're adding the expansion to it, just figured we'd package it together as a
Okay.
request.
So your special permit reads that to alter or extend a non-conforming structure. That's
It's not
that's
non-conforming,
incorrect.
never was.
So page Form 2, that's incorrect. So Form 2B, requested findings of fact. Location of the existing septic and pool prevent an expansion of the house in any other area. Property fully conforms to the requirements for an accessory apartment. Proposal requires structure be substantially altered to achieve this. Waiting 3 years before being allowed to have a full accessory dwelling unit would create a hardship for the family. I'm going down 1 through 7. All right. And then,
Other than the addition you're proposing now, there hasn't been any substantial change in 3 years?
No.
So that's the way I read it anyhow.
Andrew.
okay. Any questions from the board?
No.
Any questions from the public?
Can I make a comment? I'm Phil
Please.
Conley, the petitioner. The reason for all this is I am handicapped, okay, and I'm trying to make it an independent area. And I believe there's a letter from my neurologist enclosed.
That is, and that's why I'm in the process of, you can see me going like
Okay,
this, so I can
thank
get
you.
everything into the record. Okay. Form 2E was provided as well. which is our forms for allowing a residential accessory apartment. And same footprint, just extended out is what it said. Is that correct? That is correct. February 9th, 2021, Dr. Cross signed a letter acknowledging the medical conditions as the applicant has presented. The deed is here. Got that. Okay, I don't see anything that's missing. Any comments further from the board, and are we okay with granting this variance moving forward? No.
No comments.
No comments. No comments. No further comments from the public? Alrighty. I'd like to make a motion to close case 2150. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor of closing?
Chris Pelizos, aye.
Lynn Fiddler? Aye.
Mark Stiles, aye.
Steve Feeney, aye.
Larry Keane?
Aye.
Heidi Conway?
Aye.
I'd like to make a motion to grant the special permit in accordance with 10.12, acknowledging, and 1109, acknowledging the requirements for the special permit that the board has reviewed and accepted. So we're going to work on the special permit first and then go towards the variance. Do I have a second to grant that special permit?
Second.
Seconded by Mark Stiles. All those in favor?
Chris Pelizos, aye.
Lynn Fiddler, aye.
Mark Stiles, aye.
Steve Feeney, aye.
And Larry, I'm sorry, Chris, Larry, aye. Heidi?
Aye.
Chris's vote is an active vote in this. I'd like to make a motion to grant the variance as described in the application. Just making sure I got this right. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Chris Pelizos, aye.
Lynn Fiddler, aye.
Mark Stiles, aye.
Steve Feeney, aye.
Larry Keane?
Aye.
And Heidi Conway.
Aye.
Okay, all right, so you're all set with that one, with a vote of 5-0 on both special permit and variance.
Thank you.
Okay. Nancy, you all set?
Sam.
Your hand's going. So we're moving forward with case 2151, and
Thank you.
you're very welcome. Good luck. Stay healthy. 2151, Dick Rockwood is also the applicant's representative. William Meehan, the petitioner is seeking a special permit in accordance with 305-10.12 and a variance in accordance with 305-10.11 of the Marshfield Municipal Code for relief from 305-6.08.E.3 to construct a 15-foot by 8-inch by 23-foot deck which will be 5 foot 11 3/4 in height on the property located at 431 Ocean Street, which is further identified on the assessor's maps as being on parcel M08-18-078 and is located in an R3 zoning district. So we have the hearing notice. Okay, Dick, if you'd like to explain while Andrew gets this up.
Dick Rockwood, I've done the architectural work for Mr. Meehan. We have, there's the existing house photos that you got. So what we're asking to do is put a deck in this area right here, which is accessed from the house. We're putting a slider in here, which is a dining room, to go out onto this deck. The land drops off a little bit, it's on Ocean Street. Mr. Mann is handicapped and has an issue with mobility, so we wanted to make the deck level with the room. By doing that, and you'll see on the other, it's this deck area here that we're doing. You'll see in the cross-section probably the next drawing that we're above the grade here. I think there's a section that shows the grade as it comes down and the location. You also have a site plan. This is the property line here. My only thing that I'm asking for is the height variance. I'm still my distance back from the front line to be within the half of the 50% of the setback. It's a 15-foot setback, but if my deck was 4 feet, I wouldn't have a problem, but I'm exceeding the 4 foot in height. And it's too difficult to do anything with raising the grade out here on this corner to satisfy the deck requirements, so therefore we're asking for the variance.
Could I say something?
Just a minute, sir. Okay.
This is the area here where the deck will come out across here, and it's a little wider on the other side.
Okay.
It's a little deeper, it recesses into here and comes out here in the front. We're going to put a slider here. That's the back of the house.
Andrew, do you have any comments on this project?
I mean, nothing really specific. It's really ultimately up to the board to decide how they want to go with this one.
Okay. Thank you.
I mean, it's a non-conforming structure, so they have certain, it's a non-conforming structure on a non-conforming lot, so.
Right.
There's room for relief there, I believe.
Okay. So we need to consider conditions and circumstances are unique to the applicant's lot, structure, or building, and do not apply to the neighboring land, structure, or buildings in the same district. Strict application of provisions of this bylaw would deprive the applicant of reasonable use of the lot, structure, or building in a manner equivalent to the use permitted to be made by other owners of the neighborhood land, structures, or buildings in the same district. Unique conditions and circumstances are not the result of actions of the applicant taken subsequent to the adoption of this bylaw. Relief, if approved, will not cause substantial detriment to the public good or impair the purposes and intent of this bylaw. Relief, if approved, will not constitute a grant of special privilege inconsistent with the limitation upon other properties in the district. Any comments from the board on this being a variance based on those 5 criteria? We good? Mr. Feeney?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
You think each of these items are okay?
Awesome.
Okay. Larry?
No, I'm good.
Heidi?
I'm fine.
Okay. Any comments from the public? On the variance? Okay.
Didn't you have a question, sir?
Yeah, I did 24 years of Marine Corps. The last war I was in, I got hit in operations and stuff like that. It took me a year and a half to learn how to walk. But the thing is with this is, well, I was stupid. I tried to get down the stairs without my wife, and I fell for 8 steps and broke 4 ribs and hit my fractured my head. The thing is, we have a porch like that out there, and I can't get downstairs unless someone helps me. So if I had that porch, I could go out and look around, but right now I'm forced in the front of the house.
So this is your house?
Huh?
This is your house?
Yes, and the thing is, I would love that because then I can get out and get some air. But without that, I have to stay in that porch there. And it would be nice if I could go out to the deck. And that's all I want.
Problem with that?
Okay. Alrighty, any comments from the public? Any further comments? Alrighty. So it looks like we are in a position where we can close case 2151, 431 Ocean Street. I'd like to make a motion to close. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mark Stiles. We're closing both the special permit and the variance. All those in favor? Chris?
Chris Fellows, aye.
Lynn Fiddler? Aye.
Mark Stiles, aye.
Feeney, aye.
Larry Keane?
Aye.
Heidi Conway?
Aye.
Do we need a deliberation? All right, crickets again. So I'd like to acknowledge that this is a special permit and the board has reviewed and is in acceptance of the special permit requirements, items 1 through 10. And the variance has been reviewed, items 1 through 5. So I will make a motion to grant the special permit. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mark Stiles. All those in favor?
Chris Fellows, aye.
Lynn Fiddler, aye.
Mark Stiles, aye.
Feeney, aye.
Larry Keane
Aye.
and Heidi Conway.
Aye.
And that's with a vote from Larry. Okay, I'd like to make a motion to grant the variance in accordance with 305-10.11 of Marshfield Municipal Code and relief from 6.08.E.3. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mark Stiles. All those in favor? Chris
Chris
Belisa.
Fellows, aye.
Lynn Fiddler, aye.
Mark Stiles, aye.
Feeney, aye.
Larry Keane
Aye.
and Heidi Conway.
Aye.
So you are all set with the variance
Great,
and the
thank you.
special permit. Good luck, and I hope you enjoy the sunshine out on that deck. All right, and stay safe. You're all set getting out? You're all set to go. Do you need help?
Thank you.
Take it slow.
Mr. Meehan, do you want to go outside?
Mr. Meehan, are you good to get out?
Do you want some help?
No, I'll be all set.
Okay.
I gotta do it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Nancy, case 2156, which was 90 Deadwood Road, are they going to come in? Or?
They're here.
Okay. Hi, good evening. We're not quite ready for you, but I just was checking to see if you were here. So just sit tight for a little bit, okay?
Yeah, sure.
All right, good enough. So now we are working towards case 2143A, which is Christopher and Sarah McNeil, and 2143. So this particular case was in front of us already. 2143 was in front of us, and this evening we have 2143A in front of us, so I need to read that into the record. So this is Christopher and Sarah McNeil. The petitioners are seeking a variance in accordance with 305-10.11 of the Marshfield Municipal Code for relief from 305-11.09.C.6 to create an approximately 150 square foot accessory apartment within the addition to be constructed on the property located at 110 Ames Way, which is further identified on the assessor's maps as being on parcel F15-01-08 and is located in an R1 zoning district. Do I need to read 2143 where I already read it in?
You might want to read it in because it's been a while.
Okay. So bear with me Dick will handle this as two separate.
Yep.
Okay. So case 2143, Christopher and Sarah McNeil. The petitioners are seeking a special permit in accordance with 305-11.09 of the Marshfield Municipal Code to create an approximately 150 square foot accessory apartment within the addition to be constructed on the property located at 110 Ames Way, which is further identified on the assessor's maps as being on parcel F15-01-08 and is located in an R1 zoning district. And this is a continued hearing, case 2143, but 43A is new. So, that was a lot. So
was a
now
lot.
it's your turn to speak.
The apartments, the accessory dwelling is larger than 150 square feet. It's 1150 square feet.
So that's an error.
And I'm Dick Rockwood. I've done the architectural work for the McNeils. So this is the existing house. It is conforming on the lot. And, you know, we have that 40-foot front and that 20-foot side setback here. So we're putting in the accessory dwelling here and connecting it to the house. And then this portion right here, we're extending. These bedrooms are very small, so we're using that little, what I call breezeway section there to extend those bedrooms up above. But that's all, you know, part of the project as it's laid out. So this is a one-story dwelling with a loft, small loft in it, and a full basement. And this is the dwelling unit right here. I'm still under the 40% of the entire structure with the dwelling. And we meet all our setbacks, so.
No substantial changes on the existing portion of it? No.
All right, so this is also an example of the bylaw that the town and planning is working towards getting in front of town meeting. The bylaw authorizing an in-law apartment only allows for a special permit to be granted in an existing owner-occupied single-family residence. Must be in existence and not substantially altered within 3 prior years. That's what we're working for with this. Okay.
I think the planning board is trying to clarify that
Clarify,
language, but
right.
I read that the way Mr. Rockwood does.
Okay.
The dwelling is in existence and not substantially altered. The existing dwelling doesn't say that we can't add on to it.
So, is the existing property non-conforming? I think that's another
It's
type.
conforming lot.
I think it's
The
your
house is
application,
conforming.
the application itself had a comment on it.
Do we need the special permit at all? If we're doing the variance?
It's the special permit,
Well, the accessory dwelling, it's by its nature is a
a special
permit.
permit, correct.
But so it's not for the structure necessarily, it's for the use of the
The
structure.
use of that, yeah. The comments from Bob are included for the
And the
board.
variance is to cover the wording, let's say,
I'm not sure the variance is necessary in my opinion,
but that was a request of the board to take that approach after our last meeting. So.
yeah.
Okay.
Belt and suspenders.
Any comments further comments, Larry and Heidi, are you okay?
Yes, I am.
Yes, I'm good.
All right, any comments from the public? Yes.
Pam Keith, right now I'm living at 73 Standish Street. I just have a question. Do we have something in our bylaw about who's supposed to live in a unit like this?
We do.
Slash renting or a family member?
We do. Can you expand in on that so the public can see that, Andrew?
It requires the primary to be owner occupied.
Yeah, I'm just allowing it so the public can see it.
I'm just wondering, I have, 3 grown children.
You're thinking how it'll work for,
I'm just
for
wondering
you?
when I get, if I can put in a garage and
Yeah,
I
I
always
know.
thought that I couldn't, possibly. But
Things are changing in regards to this, and the state is making changes as
There's
well.
an issue with if you're in R3 zone, that doesn't qualify, is my understanding.
Oh, really?
It's an R1 or an R2 zone,
Okay.
based on the
So
size of the
there's-
lots.
Yeah. So if you're in an R1, you need
Yeah,
40,000 square feet.
I thought Andrew had mentioned that at one of the other meetings.
25 to
So
10.
there's specific lot requirements
What's that?
for the sizes to even
Acre
become,
for R1,
come in front of the board.
20,000 square feet for R2,
Okay.
and 10,000 for R3.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, let me clarify. If it's an R3, it has to be the 10,000 square feet.
Right.
It can't be an undersized.
Right.
So the lot has to meet the lot requirements for the zone.
Right.
That's the difference.
So number 6 is the
There you go.
comment that you'll see in front of town meeting.
I think the question from the public was as to number 9.
Yeah.
Right, I'm just, yes. So number 9, you have it, the
It
principal.
doesn't say though who
That's
can
right.
live in it otherwise than you? You're,
Shall be occupied by the applicant or owner as his or her principal residence.
but
The
anyone.
main house,
But
right.
anyone else can live in the.
There's no specific. Okay. That, again, is 305-11.09.
Anybody live in the accessory apartment?
Right. It's not an in-law per se where it's blood relatives like some towns have it. It's only.
No, it's an
required-
accessory dwelling unit. That could be in-law or accessory apartment.
Right.
Okay, any further comments or questions from the public? Okay, so this application, there was a typo. I'm clarifying it, which was to be 1150.
I believe that's what it was.
I don't know, I'd have to see the
I think
application.
it's just on the agenda that it's wrong.
It's on the agenda.
What was on the application? And maybe it's a typo, I don't know.
Is it published correctly?
That's my question. Nancy, do you have this? Was it,
I'd have to leave and go look.
can you leave and go look before we make a motion on this?
What's the application? Yeah. Right there.
That says 1256.
The original agenda says 150.
The original agenda does?
That's what I have, no one that
Okay.
was sent out.
I don't ever get those. They go to the applicant.
Applicant for
Just the
their-
representative, so sometimes I come
Yeah,
in here
for their
blind.
opportunity to. Usually we catch on these, but there's a lot.
Next one coming up. 79 Margaret Heidi's out. She texted me on Wednesday.
Is she done for the rest of the evening, or just she's
I think
recused?
just on
Okay, thank you. So folks, we're gonna just sit tight. Should we take a short recess? Let's take a short recess I would like to make a motion. It is currently 7:50. We'll take a 3-minute recess just to stand up and stretch your legs. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye. Chris Wallace.
Lynn Fiddler?
Mark
Aye.
Stiles, aye.
Steve Feeney, aye.
Larry? Larry? Aye. Heidi?
Aye.
Short 3-minute recess is currently 7:49. Okay. I'm echoing. I'm unmuted. All right. It's currently 7:57. I'd like to bring this meeting back to order. We had a short recess. The 4 members are here in the room live. Chris is here. Larry, are you there? Okay. Heidi?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, we're going to bring this meeting back to order. So we were working on case 2143A and 2143. The question that I had before we went to a vote was on the Scrivener error, and I'd like to ask town council how to proceed. Tony, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. So, Andrew, the applicant provided us with the exact number for that square footage. If we're going to correct it, let's make sure we got that number correct. Do you have that number, Dick?
I think it was 1150, that's why.
But then on the
And I
actual
don't-
plan, it referenced
I don't
another
actually
number.
have any of that application stuff with me,
Okay. See what Andrew has.
or the set of plans.
It says 1256,
Did it? Okay.
according to the application. Does that sound right?
That sounds right.
You want to
No,
go with
that's
that?
fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I did the math on that myself.
So Tony, could you explain the wordage
Check it.
for me to correct this?
Well, you can vote on it, but I just think we need to know what the right number is, and then just make it clear that that's the right number. I'm a little confused, but
Okay.
whatever is correct or shown on a plan is the right number, I suppose. And you can say that it was an error in the application.
Okay. So Dick has
Just
a,
make sure whatever number you're using is the number that they're okay with, or that's reflected on what they want to do.
okay, so Dick Rockwood has attested that the square footage is 1256. So we will add that as a Scrivener correction to 43A and 43. All right, so I'm going to move forward with this hearing and go to a vote. I'd like to make a motion to close case 2143A, which is the variance. Do I have a second?
Madam Chairwoman, before you do, does town council have any other comments on this particular matter? May I ask him?
Tony, do you have any further comments on this as far as moving forward with a vote for the variance?
No, I think they need a variance, but I don't have anything to add.
Okay.
Other than that.
So we're going to close it, and then we'll discuss the variance and how it applies. Okay? Are you satisfied?
That's fine, yeah,
Okay.
thanks.
I'd like to make a motion to close case 2143A. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Chris Wallace, aye.
Lynn Fiddler, aye.
Mark Stiles, aye.
Steve Feeney, aye.
Larry Keane?
Aye.
And this is Chris's vote on this. Heidi Conway?
Aye.
Okay, so the variance is now closed. I'd like to make a motion to close case 2143. Do I have a second?
Second.
seconded by Mark Stiles. All those in favor of closing?
Chris Belizos, aye.
Lynn Fiddler, aye.
Mark Styles, aye.
Steve Feeney, aye.
Larry Keane
Aye.
and Heidi Conway.
Aye.
And where this is unique, I'm going to have Chris vote on this as well and keep that uniform with the voting member. Okay, so does the board feel we're inclined to deliberate and proceed on this evening? Or would you like to postpone?
I'm prepared to proceed.
Proceed? Proceed? Heidi, you're okay to proceed?
Yes.
Okay. So let's work on the special permit first, please. So the special permit and the items 1 through 10 for the criteria of an accessory apartment. The applicant has met these requirements, acknowledging to the board that the square footage is 1256 on living space for that accessory apartment. Approved water conservation dwelling must be in existence. That's the variance. Requirement. Lot size is right. Sufficient parking. Occupant. Principal residence. Okay. Alrighty. All those in favor of granting the special permit in accordance with 11.09?
Chris Belizos, aye.
Do I have a second? Sorry. Do I have a second to grant the special permit?
Second.
Second by Mark Stiles. All those in favor?
Chris Belizos, aye.
Lynn Fiddler, aye.
Mark Styles, aye.
Steve Feeney, aye.
Larry Keane
Aye.
and Heidi Conway.
Aye.
Okay. So the special permit for 1109 has been granted with a vote of 5-0. So working backwards towards 2143A, the petitioner has asked for us for a variance from 10.11, 11.09C6. Again, acknowledging the square footage at 1256. Any deliberation? We're all set in here. I'm just working on. Standards of the variance. Okay. I'd like to make a motion to grant the variance for case 2143A for 110 Ames Way.
Second.
Seconded by Mark Stiles. All those in favor?
Chris Belizos, aye.
Lynn Fiddler, aye.
Mark Styles, aye.
Steve Feeney, aye.
Heidi Conway
Aye.
and Larry Keane.
Aye.
Okay. So with a vote of 5-0, the variance has been accepted. Alrighty.
Thank you.
So you're all set with that. Are you also on 79 Marginal?
Yes.
Okay. Heidi, you're recused?
Yes.
Okay. So we have both Larry and Chris Belizos as voting members on case 2157. So I'm going to read that into the record. Mark and Meg Anderson, the petitioners, are seeking a special permit in accordance with 305-10.12 of the Marshfield Municipal Code to raise the existing structure and construct a new 46-foot by 36 2.5-story dwelling on the property located at 79 Marginal Street, which is further identified on the assessor's maps as being on parcel MO6-03-09 and is located in an R3 zoning district. So Dick Rockwood, would you like to explain your project to the board?
Yes, I've done the architectural work for the Andersons. And we were in here within the last year, and we were adding dormers on the roof of the structure. And then with the contractors getting pricing and reevaluating the project, we decided that the house was not worth salvaging. Very wet fieldstone basement, sort of a crawl space. And they decided to, we're just going to do it with a new concrete foundation. In redesigning the structure to be a new structure, we ended up, what is different from the last go-around is this area right here. We extended out a kitchen in this area here. So it's really a new request for the special permit because the existing house is non-conforming and the new structure won't be any more non-conforming than the existing one. So it's a 2.5-story house. I'm not in a flood zone. So it's kind of hard to see the dotted line there as the existing versus the proposed. It's pretty much the same footprint. And it's pretty much the same house other than the expansion in the back here for bumping out this kitchen. That all this was approved by the board before. With these dormers on the upstairs. The original house was shaped like this with the dormer. And we added a little more attic space on it.
You have the calculations for the attic space?
Well, it's under that 66%.
It is,
but
okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
And that's all in the drawings, they have all the area calculated.
Okay. So I have this non-conforming lot, front setback, side setback, and rear's okay. Side setbacks, rear's okay. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Any questions from the board?
No.
Calcs is under the 66. That's the only question I have. And I'd like to make a note to the board that the alterations are drawn in ink. So we had 2 sets, I believe, of plans. So the one that we're going off is the red line version. And I don't think there was a revision date on it.
I probably put height dimensions on it versus the original one,
Yeah, it has,
to show that I was under the 35 feet.
yeah, I saw that, it was 28. Yeah, 28, and then the front, and then there are a couple other little changes
Oh,
on it.
the reason it varied
Yeah.
is after it was turned in the last day from Stenbeck and Taylor, there was something that was over about 4 inches. And so.
So you just carried it over?
I carried over the numbers so that they would
Okay.
match the site plan.
Okay, just as
And
long
then
as,
my drawings have been corrected since.
okay. So as long as the board is aware, so there was a change on A2 for the record. A3 was fine. A4, 1 change to 19 feet 8 inches on the first floor plan. 2 changes on the second floor plan, which is A5. 1 on A6. Nothing. And 1 on A8. But they're all reasonable. Yep, and the height is at 28. Okay. Any questions from the board? Oh, these makes me like car sick. Okay. Good?
No questions.
Larry, are you okay?
Yes, I'm good.
Okay, any questions from the public? All right, I'd like to make a motion to close case 2157. Do I have a second?
Second.
Closed by Mark Stiles. All those in favor of closing? Chris?
Aye, Chris Pelazos.
Lynn Fiddler, aye.
Mark Stiles, aye.
Steve Feeney, aye.
And Larry Keane?
Aye.
We have a close of 5-0. I'd like to make a motion to grant the special permit for case 2157. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mark Stiles. All those in favor?
Chris Mello, aye.
Lynn Fiddler, aye.
Mark Stiles, aye.
Aye.
And Larry Keane.
Aye.
Okay. So you're all
Awesome.
set.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Very good. Enjoy your evening. Okay, so we're on the last page.
Do you want to do 90 Edward?
Yes, let's do that. That should be easy as well. Sir, would you like to come up to the front?
Sure.
So this is case 2156, Ajay Gamage and would you say it?
Ajit Gamage.
Okay, I like it, and I'm glad you said it. The petitioners are seeking a special permit in accordance with 305-11.09 of the Marshfield Municipal Code to create a residential accessory apartment within the existing dwelling on the property located at 90 Edward Road, which is further identified on the assessor's maps as being on parcel LO5-23-10 and is located in an R3 zoning district. So we have had accessory apartments in front of us this evening. The board is very, very familiar with it. But as you'll see, we have the, this is your actual site plan. So we have gone through this. But if you'd like to explain what you have going for us first this evening.
Sure.
I understand it's already in existence and you have purchased the property?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
The property has 3,000 square feet and it has two different the parking lots and the two different entrance, and then we recently went into the sales and purchase agreement, and it's going to purchase on 20th and the closing on 20th, and then myself and my family, myself, wife, and we have 2 kids, and that's why we thought it's getting a special permit for the separate entrance apartment. That was small, and it has separate entrance, separate parking, and and also it has separate kitchen.
Right.
And therefore we apply for this application.
Okay. I did review the requirements and you have met the requirements based on Form 2E. And here is your footprint.
So this is another one that's been existing as accessory, but he's
It's
making
existing,
it,
he's
right.
just trying to
Yeah.
get it.
Yeah.
Get it. Okay.
Right. I'm making it right now.
Thank you, Andrew. So the standards for an accessory apartment have been met. Planning board commented. Okay. Any questions from the public? Alrighty.
Lynn, this was all permitted to with building permits years ago.
Yep.
So it hasn't had any alteration in 3 years. So I think what they initially meant to do was do the work, wait the 3 years, then apply for the accessory apartment, and then in that lapse either just never did it, and then all of a sudden needed to, get it kind of figured out when they had the transfer of ownership. So
Okay.
the new owners were very proactive in trying to get this all squared away, getting all the proper permits and everything to make it legal.
All right. That's how I understood it as well. So there are no comments from the public. The board seems to be satisfied. I'd like to make a motion to close case 2150, I'm sorry, wait a minute. 2156, 90 Edwards Road. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mark Stiles. All those in favor? And are you voting on this one, Chris?
Doesn't matter. Chris Mello, aye.
Chris Beleso's aye. Lynn Fiddler, aye.
Mark Stiles, aye.
Steve Feeney, aye.
Larry Keane
Aye.
and Heidi Conway.
Aye.
So I have Chris as a voting member in place of Brian on this one. Okay.
We both voted on the last one, so.
Pardon?
We both voted on the last one, so.
You did, okay. So we are closed. I'd like to make a motion to grant the special permit. Do I have a second? Did we just close?
Second.
Okay. Mark? Aye to second the special permit.
Yes, aye.
Okay, so Chris has voted to grant the special permit. I made a motion to grant the special permit. Lynn Fiddler, aye. Mark Stiles.
Aye.
Steve Feeney, aye.
And Larry Keane.
Aye.
And Heidi Conway.
Aye.
Okay. So we have a vote of 5-0 to grant the special permit. So you're all set. You're going to need to follow up every year, and if
Sure.
you have any questions, reach out to Andrew.
Yeah, sure.
Counselor, the building commissioner.
Yeah,
All righty?
sure.
So very, very nice meeting you, and good luck.
Thank you
Okay?
so much.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you for.
I'm glad you were able to scooch down.
Yeah,
and
actually,
get
I
a
was
call
sorry
to
about
you.
that. I didn't know I have been here.
No.
I missed that.
Nope,
the
that's all right.
instruction.
I'm glad you were able to participate. Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right. Very,
Thank you.
very good. Good night.
Email tomorrow for like the next steps.
Do we have 2149 Thomas Hedden, 9 Bryant's Lane? The petitioner is seeking a special permit in accordance with 305-10.12 of the Marshfield Municipal Code to raise the existing dwelling, constructing new 16-foot by 41-foot single-family home with a 10-foot by 16-foot deck on elevated wood piles on the property located at 9 Bryant's Lane, which is further identified on the assessor's maps as being on parcel M08-51-03 and is located in an R3 zoning district. So would you identify yourself for the record?
The record, Terry McGovern from Stenbeck and Taylor representing Mr. Hedin, the applicant. Nancy, do you need my thumb drive?
Andrew should
No,
have.
Andrew has
Andrew's got it.
everything.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, I see Andrew scrolling away.
yep.
Okay. Okay. The existing house located at 9 Bryant's Lane in front of the zoning board for an alteration of an existing, pre-existing non-conforming structure on a pre-existing non-conforming lot. We'll go to this side. There's some people I know that are interested in this. The existing house presently sits on block foundation. It was built in the late 1980s. The lot itself is 20.5 feet wide, so it's unusual in that it's a very narrow lot. Contains 1,580 square feet of land area. And the setbacks are 2.4 feet to the structure itself on the north side, and 1.7 and 1.3 on the back side. However, along this northerly side, there is a covered deck or walkway that runs the length of the house and then egresses onto a deck that sits pretty much right on the property line. And the new structure will be a couple of inches narrower. The existing structure is 16.2 feet. We're going to narrow it slightly, take away the covered deck, and move or replace a new deck in line with the existing structure, holding that 2.4 foot setback along the northerly line, increasing and squaring up the structure on the southerly line so that it has a 2-foot setback, and shortening the house a foot overall, and with a similar egress in the back with steps coming straight down instead of onto a patio. We'll have a first floor deck, second floor deck over that, and then a small corner porch similar to what is existing with a deck egressing in the front. The house is proposed to be elevated on wood pilings to meet both the flood code and conservation's requirement that construction on a barrier beach be elevated. The existing, stop there, Andrew, on both sides of this elevation, the northerly and southerly elevations will show that there are no windows because of fire code in proximity to the adjacent buildings. So you'll have windows. This is the street side facing out. This is the rear ocean facing view in this location. Again, no windows in the rear. As you look, you'll just see this door coming out to the front. Just as a note, the existing finished floor right now is just a little bit over 17. The proposed finished floor will be 21. The seawall behind it is approximately 19, so it will be a couple of feet above the seawall elevation. While we sit in an AO flood zone, there is a VE 18 zone just at the seawall. So we meet the flood zone requirement plus the 2.8 feet per 100-year storm. So it's not as if the house is going to be elevated 12 feet above beyond where it is. The finished floor will have a height approximately 4 feet higher. And again, it will taper down as you run from east to west across the front. Top of piling will be elevation 20 plus or minus, showing finished floor 21. And spot grades around the house, again, while this is necessarily a ZBA issue, we're 14, tapering down to about 10 in the front. And you saw the architecture on the side. It's more or less a Cape-style house. A very narrow house and a very narrow lot. But the existing house, again, having been built in 1889, to elevate it or try to bring it up to code wouldn't be possible.
What's the height on that?
Height on that is, he's got, okay. 25 feet, 16 plus 9 to the shed dormer. And then you have...
Would you repeat that? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. You have 8 feet, 8-foot ceilings on the second and attic floor to the dormer, 9-foot first floor, so 25 feet. Allow a foot in between, so I would say 27 feet. Actually, he shows it as 35 feet from the top of the architect shows this as 35 feet from the top of the piling.
To the peak?
To the peak.
So you're
But
within...
mid-seam, mid-range, it's lower than that because you have a 9-foot, you have 1 foot from the top of the pile to the floor. So there's 10, a foot in between is 11, 8 is 17, 18 again for this, and 26 to the shed dormer. But it shows an overall height of 35 feet from top of piling.
So it's under the 35?
Correct.
So you're okay.
Yeah, he's measuring it to the peak.
Yep.
Parking out front?
I'm sorry?
Who's the parking?
Parking will be in the front of the property. They can probably fit a car under the front as well, but it will be across the front of the property. We've got room for 2 cars there, side by side.
All right. Any questions from the board? Larry? And Heidi?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Just looking at it.
Okay, yeah, same here. Any questions from the public? Sir, I'll start over here in the back of the room. Would you identify yourself for the record and please stand up?
Yeah, I'm Ed Andrick. I live on 7 Bryant's Lane. And I just had a couple questions on the setback from the wall compared to what we have. Because if he sets his up where he has his, it would basically block our view off our porch.
And our windows on that side.
Okay.
So we basically be looking at the side of his house. So I was wondering what the setback is from the wall to where his building starts, basically.
The actual structure.
Okay. The existing and proposed setbacks from the rear property line are proposed to be the same, so we're not going any further back. It's not going any further back towards the city wall.
All right, because the lower level he has now will go up from there, and that will basically block my side of my porch.
And the windows on that side.
I got a crude drawing here if you want to see it.
Sure.
after if I bring it up?
Sure, you're welcome to present it to the board.
Here's a view now. That's the view now. And if he was gonna put the building up, 'cause that's the corner of the thing, it would block all that.
Right.
I just look at my
So there are no
resale
view-
value.
There are no view easements, but, well, do you mind if I keep
Yeah, you
these
keep
though?
those, yeah.
So I'm gonna just acknowledge that they were received
Yeah.
on 8/10, and
There's 3
you've
copies.
submitted.
Sir, what's your name again?
Ed,
Hey, point us out where your house is in this picture.
right here.
So that,
So he went up from this corner is lower, and it goes up to that. So if he goes up from here, it's gonna go straight up.
That's what I take it as. And that's where the picture shows where they're basically,
would you pass that over to Nancy so she has it for the record? So Ben, you're at 7 Bryant's?
7.
7 Bryant. Okay. Okay. Any other comments from the public? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Denise McCauley. I'm at 11 North Street, right next door to the 9 Bryant Lane. We've been there since 1962, my family and now my sister and myself. We're about less than 4 feet away from the 9 Bryant Lane, and I'm just wondering how all of this is going to undermine our foundation. We were built in 1900. They were built in 1898, so they're older cottages, and I'm just wondering how is that going to impact us?
Okay, I'm not sure that the applicant can respond to how it will impact you, but
I just wanted to put
welcome to
that out
have
as a-
him
that's a
answer that
concern.
question. If you're unable to answer it, then.
Well, I mean, effectively, once the existing structure is demolished, the new structure will be on wood pilings. That's something that's now required by
Right.
building code.
Right.
Those piles will be driven into place or vibrated into place. And there is obviously some noise and some vibration during the process, but excavation of the existing house, because it's block, should not be anything that would affect your house. And the new house would be just a little bit further away than the existing. But that will be handled by the piling contractor at the time, and the demolition contractor.
So it really isn't here that we would be express
sorry.
our, it really wouldn't be here that we would express our concerns. I just wanted to let you know that this is a real live concern for us.
Well, this is a forum for your discussion, to speak to the applicant and to the board. So it's certainly.
So I'm putting it out there that
Okay.
this is a very grave concern for us.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Louise Ondrick, we're.
I'm sorry, I missed your first name.
Louise.
Louise.
And we also have the same concern, because when they did the seawall, and they just did the seawall with the drilling, our house was shaking. And if they're gonna go with those pilings, I mean, who's to say what's going to happen? Who's liable for all of that?
Okay, I don't have the answer to that question. I'd have to
We
refer.
kind of would like that. We'd like the answer, I guess.
I guess, yes.
The only thing I can kind of make note of is it's unfortunately, and I'll say unfortunately, it's a requirement now of the newer flood zone requirements and our local conservation commission as well, that anything that's constructed on what's considered barrier beach has to be placed on wood piers or pilings. Unfortunately, there are a lot of houses in that neighborhood. We did a bunch of them after the no-name storm that we were able to use poured concrete, and you'll see several houses in the neighborhood that have square concrete piers with footings underneath. And after the no-name storm and some subsequent elevations of structures afterward, we were allowed to do that. But we actually just had quite a lengthy procedure over 10 South Street, over close to just removed from the sub tower, where we were proposing, because we couldn't move the house, we're elevating the structure, we couldn't move the house left, right, or in any direction, we could only go straight up. And it took a lot of convincing of the Conservation Commission to allow us to use concrete in that location. I wish I could argue for it in this location. I don't think they're going to buy it, unfortunately, because this is a reconstruction. But I do understand the concerns that you're airing.
So since you brought up, has this project been in front of Conservation?
Not yet, no. They typically want, Conservation typically wants all of the permits to be obtained.
Okay, so sometimes we do wait for Conservation, but any questions, further questions or comments from the board? The public has brought up some.
What does Andrew think about the height of it? Is he, Madam Chairwoman, does Andrew really thinks about the height of it? Is everything okay that way?
The height of this project is within Andrew, Steve Feeney had another question about the height where it's not specifically identified and he's using the reference to that dormer for the height, but it appears to me to be under the 35. Are we okay, or do we need a revised plan?
You're also, by the way, allowed to.
Hey, that's something that I can capture at the building permit to, make sure that the plans have that. Basically, they have to make sure that, so it's not from the top of pile to the mean roof. It's from the mean grade to the mean roof line, which is the eave to the ridge. In this case, it would be the eave of the dormer to the ridge. So from that to the mean grade. Now that can get elevated if there was a change from the 2012 flood maps to the current flood maps. And I don't know, Terry, if you know offhand what that is, but I don't know if there was one or if it went right back to what it used to be.
I know we're in an AO zone currently, but if that changed, it would have changed in this revision in 2020 in July 6th. And we were submitted before that, I believe.
So, I mean, that's something I can capture on the building permit side of things to make sure that they're in compliance.
Can you respond to the questions from the abutters in reference to the noise and vibration? Or is that?
Yeah, I'll speak a little bit to what happened down on South Street since Terry used that as an example. That one was different in the fact that it's an existing house, and that's why they were able to use the concrete columns instead of the pilings. I think that if an engineer or something came up with a reason why pilings would cause a disturbance that would cause a safety issue with some of the neighbors' things, I think that that's something that Concom would consider an alternate method. There's a number of things that could happen at the Concom meeting. I mean, the owners could go and get a civil engineer, soil scientist to tell them it's not a coastal dune, and they don't have to have piles. I mean, there's a number of different ways that they can go about it. So, I don't know that necessarily I'm concerned with how they elevate it, just that it's elevated. The building code has a certain set of standards, and then the Conservation Commission interprets whether or not that's a coastal dune or a barrier beach their own way. So I have to kind of work with them and go by what they decide.
Okay. So Andrew, would you consider that we perhaps would keep this hearing open to kind of investigate that a little further?
Investigate the,
Potential with Concom? Or
as far as the method of
yeah,
elevation?
yes. Or is this
I-
without our
it's,
purview?
I think it's out of our, like,
Yeah.
our realm, you know, I think that's something that really will be handled in the Concom permitting and through the building permit.
Okay.
It's kind of more of a safety concern, you know, where we have the proximity to all these other houses. I mean, everything is so tight down there, so I definitely share concerns about how close it is to these other houses, and, you know, I think conservation, you know, will take that into consideration too. So if there's other methods that get proposed that might be, you know, more agreeable to the entire neighborhood, that's something that should be brought up with conservation, because ultimately they are the jurisdictional authority that determines the type of, I guess, foundation, if you will,
Okay.
for that project.
All right.
What I would suggest is that I can already anticipate that that's going to be
A topic.
long drawn out discussion
Right.
of conservation. And should it result in a footprint alteration,
You'd have
you
to
know,
come back to us.
We're already being less non-conforming, but should it result in a footprint alteration, then we'd simply come back for modification.
Right, which has happened before, but not very often. I can't remember in all the time I've been on the board. So then, you're not creating any new nonconformities with this project. I feel that those responses from Andrew helped a lot. So I'm hoping that the audience also is able to learn a little bit from that. So are there any other comments from the public? Yes.
Is there?
Identify yourself again,
Oh,
even
sorry.
though we know.
PM Keith,
Yes.
73 Standish Street. Is there a clause, I've never really heard of a non-conforming house that didn't get to rebuild, but I don't know
Right.
much about it. Is there a clause about whether it's more, does it have to meet a threshold, which would be subjective, of whether it's more detrimental, objectable to the neighborhood? Is that clause in there? Or-
There are 10 items, and that is one of the items that our board constantly looks at with every, so, whether or not, but the neighborhood is discretional, so the neighborhood doesn't necessarily mean the street that you live on. The neighborhood is, could be, you know, Marshfield Hills, you know,
No, I'm just saying,
that type
I
of-
don't know if you,
so-
if in this particular case, when neighbors have spoken, and it seems to be a definite concern for older houses, that whether you need to kind of make that statement clearly.
we would need to.
Whether you think it's objectionable or detrimental or
Right,
not.
right, and we have done that, and we did that in the last hearing for Secana, so I would recommend the board actually come up with specific reasons, but at this point, I think it's a situation where we will close and perhaps deliberate at a later date on this particular hearing, to make sure that we have time to continue this evening's hearings. But I'm going to defer to the board before I make that final decision. Are there any further comments from the public? Okay. Yes.
I just had one question. I think was it folks in the corner of 7 Bryant's Lane, right? So did Terry address whatever the issue was?
Did Terry address the issues
Yeah.
with noise? We talked about.
No, with the noise, yeah, we kind of discussed that, but they had the issue with the view.
With the view, no, it's been brought to our attention and we'll deliberate on that, but the response from Terry is their view is impeded towards one side, but this happens with these changes that are coming in front of us. So-
Well, again, if you go to the elevation view, you go to the architecturals, basically the area that they're referring to is about this last portion here in the rear. And that, as it's elevated, that is going to be enclosed. That other portion is going to be, this is going to be set back by that shed. So it's going to be further back. So you're looking at basically an enclosure of that second floor that's there now.
So they will have some change to
Yeah,
their
we're
view,
and
but
at the same time, we're also removing that deck that's right up against the property line. So you'll have some relief there too.
Yeah. Okay.
And a closer sense.
Okay. All right. Okay. Larry, any questions?
No, the way I'm looking at this, it just appears to me that unfortunately the structure has outlived its lifespan, and it appears there's more concern with the type of construction and with the elevation than the actual project. So I think going in front of conservation, if Andrew feels that that cement would be a better way and less intrusive on the neighbors, that might be a remedy for some of their concerns.
Okay. Heidi, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right. Any further questions?
You know, excuse me, Denise McCauley
Yes.
again. It's not so much the noise, because we certainly are not stupid enough to know that there's going to be a lot of noise. That's not the concern. You know, that's not my main concern anyway. You know, it's just the vibration and, you know, all that stuff.
Current foundation, the chimney structure, they're all very old. So with the banging and I mean, we lived through this years ago when the other houses were built. It's just the shaking, and what is that going to do to our foundation and our current structure and the chimney and all the main pieces of the house? It's just
Right. So my impression of what I just heard was that conservation may be an avenue for the abutters to investigate the answers to those questions. So I hope that gives you a little bit of a head start on the process, okay? All right, good enough. Okay, I would like to make a, yep, go ahead.
Just real quick, if anybody has any concerns about that, I'd be happy to meet with them in my office to go over any building, concerns in the coastal Dune Barrier Beach area.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you.
So his door's open to anybody that, you may need an appointment, but, okay. Okay, I'd like to make a motion to close case 2149. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mark Stiles. All those in favor?
Aye, Chris Collinsworth.
Lynn Fiddler, aye.
Sounds aye.
Steve Feeney, aye.
Larry Keane?
Aye.
And Heidi Conway.
Aye.
So this meeting is closed. Okay, are we okay to move forward and deliberate, or should we postpone it to the next hearing? I'd like to make sure we answer the questions as we did for Secaucus. Chris?
I'm fine either way. You want to, if you think it's
Well,
wise,
it's
you can
currently
continue it on.
8:45. It'll take to do that. We'll take another 5-10 minutes on top of in deliberation.
I'm glad to keep going.
Mark?
What's the,
To deliberate to make sure that we have responded to items 1 through 10 with the concerns of the neighbor and the neighborhood.
yeah, we can do that.
You want to do it now? And
Sure.
Either way, like Chris said, it's fine with me.
Larry?
Yeah, I'm good. If the board wants to continue, I'd continue, but it would be good to get some feedback from conservation also.
When's that scheduled, Terry?
We just closed, but-
Yeah, we haven't filed with them yet, pending the outcome of this, so you'd be 2 weeks out.
So that's, there is a potential that they may have a hearing prior to our September 14th caseload, so we could wait. I'm gonna,
Madam Chair, what about the applicant? Will it-
we've just closed, so
Yeah.
we need to make a judgment call. I'm gonna make the judgment call and deliberate at September 14th. Okay, so I'd like to make a motion that we continue case 2149. It's now closed to September 14th at 6:30 for deliberation, and we'll probably put that deliberation right up front, Nancy. Okay. September 14th. Do I have a second? Second to continue case 2149.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye, Chris Bellers.
Lynn Fiddler, aye.
Mark Stiles, aye.
Steve Feeney, aye.
Larry Keane
Aye.
and Heidi Conway.
Aye.
Okay. So we will discuss that again on September 14th, 6:30, time certain. All set, Nancy? Okay. Moving on, 2154. Thank you, everybody. Enjoy your evening.
This one,
2154 and 125 Surf Ave. The petitioner is seeking a special permit in accordance with 305-10.12 of the Marshfield Municipal Code to construct a 12-foot by 24-foot roof dormer and repair the existing porch on the property located at 125 Surf Avenue, which is further identified on the assessor's maps as being on parcel K11-24-7 and is located in the R3 zoning district. Again, Terry McGovern, the applicant's representative.
Okay, for the record, Terry McGovern from Stenbeck and Taylor, representing Ms. Cook, who is proposing a shed dormer style addition on an existing house at 125 Surf Ave. Wait for Andrew to settle down. Here we are. The proposed dormer is going to be to the rear of the house, which basically faces Constitution. It has a Surf Ave address. The existing house is non-conforming with respect to the existing porch along Surf Ave, and then what we would look at is the rear setback to the adjacent property, which is 11.6 feet. This dormer will be just a shed dormer across the rear of the back of the house, 12 by 24. The house itself is located in an AE flood zone. Apart from that, no other changes to the structure. There is an architectural, I believe, that shows that. We'll show the side view of it. We're doing some internal renovations. Here it is. And this is the shed dormer going across the back. And it's actually going to be indented slightly on each side as well, so it's not quite the full length of the house.
Okay. I didn't have any problems
Simply an
with this.
expansion and rearranging of existing living space.
I don't have any problems with this. Any questions from the board?
No.
Any questions from the public? There is a shed, so the board will not endorse the shed. Okay. I'd like to make a motion to close case 2154, which is 125 Surf Avenue. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mark Stiles. All those in favor of closing?
Aye, Chris Bellers.
Lynn Fiddler, aye.
Mark Stiles, aye.
Steve Feeney, aye.
Larry Keane?
Aye.
Heidi Conway?
Aye.
Closed. Conditions would be for this particular project to not endorse the shed on the property. In addition, items 1 through 10 of our special permit have been reviewed and applied by the board and are accepted. So I would like to move forward and grant the special permit in accordance with 305-10.12. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mark Stiles. All those in favor?
Aye, Chris Pelizos.
Chris Pelizos, aye. Lynn Fiddler, aye.
Mark Stiles, aye.
Steve Feeny, aye.
Larry Keane
Aye.
and Heidi Conway.
Aye.
Okay, with a vote of 5-0, that has been accepted and granted.
And that's Larry.
And that was Larry, yes. Okay. 2160, you're also the applicant's representative.
Wilson Road.
Wilson Road.
Same.
The petitioner is seeking a special permit in accordance with 305-9.02B, 305-9.02C, 305-10.10 of the Marshfield Municipal Code to construct a 12-foot, 8-inch by 30-foot, one-story addition on the property located at 19 Wilson Road, which is further identified on the assessor's maps as being on parcel L10-1009 and is located in a B3 zoning district. All right.
For the record, Terry McGovern from Stenbeck and Taylor representing Mr. Ken Hay. And we're proposing via an extension of an existing non-conforming structure to have a 12.8 foot wide by 30 foot deep single-story addition on the south side of the existing house at 19 Wilson Road. The addition will come no closer to, actually be slightly farther back from the street than the front of the existing entryway and structure here. It will meet the side setback requirement on the south side, which will be greater than 15 feet. This is actually proposed to be 17.2. And it'll be a single-story addition. We were at Conservation Commission last week, and during that process, we noted to the Commission that the addition is going to be placed on helical piles in keeping with their requirements and the flood zone requirements. And we also provided the Commission, and I believe we provided Nancy with the revised plan. This one isn't because this was scanned in earlier, but this paved driveway out to Wilson Road is going to be completely removed, and the area underneath the addition will be surfaced with either crushed stone or gravel. And Mr. Hay informed the Conservation Commission that he was agreeable with cutting the pavement all the way out to the edge of Wilson Road and making that a crushed stone driveway, so that in fact we'd have less impervious surface area. But basically it's a special permit for an existing non-conforming structure. Not going to be any greater in height, going to be in keeping with the ridge line that's there and matching into the existing floor. Mr. Hay is, and Andrew, if you're listening, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but Mr. Hay also is in the process of working through a couple of questions with Andrew regarding cost of the work and substantial improvement of the structure.
Okay.
Don't know as of this date if he's finished resolving them. He was getting some information for Andrew. Conservation saw fit to close their hearing because that was a separate item. However, you folks may have to take a slightly different view of that. So I'm going to actually defer to Andrew briefly on this.
So Andrew, if you'd like to give us your input on that cost percentage.
Yeah, so it's, so I can't really make a substantial improvement determination until I have a building permit application. So, you know, once they apply for the building permit and then start to give me all the, you know, the cost estimates, the value of the, you know, the assessed value of the structure, once I get all that information, then I can make a determination. But I haven't gotten any of that information yet, so it's kind of the same answer I had to give conservation, and that is you've got to kind of take it for the project that it is, and you know, as far as and then if it becomes a substantial improvement, he'll have to seek an amended order of conditions from conservation I don't think you would have to come back to ZBA because all he's looking to do is, expansion of a non-conforming structure. And so that really wouldn't change whether it's getting elevated or not. It's just the footprint that really, and the volume of the structure that you're concerned with. So as far as it being a substantial improvement, I really can't make that determination at this point.
Okay. All right, so this is a non-conforming lot. Frontage, no change, but there's no change on that lot area. The front setback, side setbacks are both also to be 15 and the rear is 30. So we are going from 5.9 on the front to 6, 28.5 on the left to 15.2 feet. Proposed, it's an improvement. I'm sorry, is that right? 1.7 on the right, no change on the right. 0.9. Okay. Maximum building area required at 40, existing is 21.6, proposed is 29.8, and the proposed addition is 416 square feet. Open space is existing at 62.3 and proposed is at 59.3. So this board would not again endorse the shed. Any other comments?
No.
Okay. Larry?
No, I'm good.
Heidi? Heidi?
Sorry, good.
It's all right. Okay. Any comments from the public? Yes, sir.
Joe Pasevich, 25 Wilson Road. I'm an abutter to the property. I have a set of comments and questions, and I'm going to leave a copy with your secretary. I also sent in a couple of photographs by email earlier today, which kind of ties into the comments. But before I say anything about those, could I just clarify a couple of things on that plan?
Can I see what he just handed you?
It was
You wanna
just
just go scan it?
Yes.
I'm going to read what I just gave her.
Well, I don't want to,
I'll go scan it.
yeah.
But
If
in
you'd
the-
like to make comments to our applicant's representative in regards to the...
Right. In the meantime, I'd like to clear up some things on that map. I just don't understand.
Okay, so I'd ask the items that you would like him to clarify.
Yeah, first thing is, there's a black line, there's a representation, EOP, presumed to be edge of pavement.
That's correct.
Okay, but beneath that EOP, there's a black horizontal line.
This,
Yeah, that's it. What is that? It's not labeled.
That's actually, I think it's actually a survey line that was inadvertently left into the plan because the line underneath it is a contour. Gas is here. This is the zoning line over here, which is just off. This actually would appear in my CAD drawing as a red survey offset line. That's what that line is.
So it's inadvertent.
But the EOP is edge of pavement, you're correct, and paved drive, as we noted in conservation. Contour, very flat in here, there's only a couple of contours, 3 and 4. As noted in conservation, we have the setbacks, 25, 50, 75, and 100.
Yeah, I'll go to that. The next question is another dark line. You see the elevation 3.1, sort of in the, right there, yeah.
Yeah.
There's a dark line that extends from that cross.
That's the end of the fence. There's a fence that extends down, and it looks like it ends just about where that shot was taken at the end of the fence. So
that fence is technically in the right of way?
slightly, a couple of feet.
No.
This is a large scale, it's a 10 scale drawing, so it's,
Well, it's at least 4 or 5 feet.
yeah, about that approximately.
Okay,
Yeah.
Very confusing. Very confusing, but why that's on there.
Well, the fence is just an existing feature. We didn't know whose fence it was. It appears to be right along the property line.
Well, it's Mr. Hayes' fence.
Oh, okay.
The other thing is, on that particular plan, I don't see any dimensions for that projection, which is a old front porch. I was around when the previous owner did that, back in 1971 or 2. There's no dimension given on the side of that.
We've only shown the dimensions of the proposed addition and then just covered the area footage.
Okay.
He does have them included in the architecturals, I believe, but we didn't show them on our location plan. We just showed the addition.
Well, thank you for saying that, because it was confusing to me when the claim was made that the addition was going to be farther away from the street than the porch, and it's like 2 inches difference. The other thing was, I need to know what, on that sketch, you consider the outline of the, or footprint of the existing house. What does it include? Because you also claim that the setback, the rear setback is going to be more conforming than the existing setback, and I don't see how that is.
It's parallel, and we actually have it here. It's this dimension, which is 27.9. We're showing a distance from the addition to the shed to show that it's going to be greater than 10 feet, which has come up in other instances where it's maintaining fire code. We're 27.3, so the house is just very slightly skewed. The existing footprint is this cross-hatched area. This is the open carport on the left side of the house. There's a deck on the rear of the house. This is the driveway. This is a landing, or a stoop, if you will, with a single walk off the front of it. This deck comes down onto the patio in this area. There's the shed which is crossed out. And Mr. Hay has a gazebo over here in the corner.
Okay, but my question is that you claim in your application that you're building further away from the rear setback, and it's like, where is it further away? It's like 27.9 now.
Versus 27.3, so it's.
Yeah, but that's not changing the setback. So the setback is going to remain the same. Where the
We're not
building.
moving it. I'm uncertain as to what you're saying, that the addition is going to be 27.9 feet.
And that's the distance from the rear wall to the rear boundary now.
No,
Of
this
the
is what's
existing house.
proposed. This is what's proposed. The gray over here, because
The-
this isn't the color copy. This is the proposed addition.
Right.
This is the proposed setback.
But that
This
line
is
of the line of the
please let
addition
me
goes
finish.
completely in line with the existing back wall of the existing
Here's
house.
the existing house.
Right.
Which is crosshatched.
Okay.
The closest corner, which is what we typically show, is 27.3. So if I were to give you a dimension here, which I probably have in the CAD drawing, it would be something in between, maybe 27.6 or 7.
But you're not improving on the setback as per zoning requirements. It's still a straight line.
27.9 is bigger than 27.3, sir.
But it's just a continuation of the back wall. That's what I'm saying. So you're not moving anything away. You're not moving anything away from the rear boundary. The next thing is that outdoor shower is shown on the existing plan, but it's not shown on the proposed plan. Do you know anything about that?
Well, for our intents and purposes, this is the existing and proposed plan. The architectural view may have left that out.
Yeah, in that packet, it's not there. Okay, so let me just run through real fast, if I may, Ms. Jem, my comments.
So before you start going through your comments, let me just. Is it necessary for you to read all of these out to the board? We have,
It'll be quick. And
Okay.
the.
some of them you just,
Right,
he
right,
just answered.
exactly,
Okay.
exactly.
All
So
right.
what I want to say, if I may, is that, for example, some of you may consider not too important, but it's not.
Excuse me, this is Mr. Hay from 19 Wilson Road. Is this something that I could view as well, please? On Zoom?
Well, unfortunately, this abutter has not provided this documentation prior to our hearing, unless it came through an email this afternoon. And our emails were accepted up till Friday, but we did make some exceptions to that. So presently, we don't have that available for Zooming. So this puts us at a little bit of a juncture here. So I'm just gonna.
Okay, no worries, no worries.
We're just
Thank you.
gonna
No worries.
kind of go through it and then and try to do this as quickly as possible. As you know, the ZBA allows abutters 5 minutes in our rules and procedures to have a discussion with our applicant, and at this point, this abutter has exceeded that, but I'm in the opinion that he, if he can get through this quickly, it would be to the benefit of the board. So go with.
My view, it needs to be quickly, then.
Yes, the word quickly, yes, we have a lot to do
And
this
these-
evening.
And these are directed at the board.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, it's not clear how the line between R3 and B3 was determined. The walls on the abutting houses, exterior walls are not shown. They should be to determine better the impact on people. Regarding the Form T2C application, the application, and thus the case, appears to be improperly before the board in that there is no mention of Section 305-10.12, which applies for extension or alteration of non-conforming use or structure, as is the case here. The application refers to Sections 305-902B and C and 305-1010. Section 305-1010 contains 6 checklist items, while Section 305-1012 contains 10 checklist items. So it's very confusing because you've got 10 checklist items on the application, but you're only referring to a permit under 1010. Also, the building zoning officer says that he's considering a substantial use as determining whether or not he needs a permit, floodplain permit under Section 1503. However, in that section of the code, it is stated a floodplain permit is required when there is, quote, expansion of the footprint of an existing structure. So it should not be
Can I
predicated.
clarify that, please?
According to 1503.
I want to clarify that what I was determining was a substantial improvement. They do require a floodplain permit, that is evident. The substantial improvement is what I have not determined.
Thank you, Andrew.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I didn't know if he was predicating the floodplain permit just on that particular criteria. Also, in the architectural drawings, note that the elevation of the roof of the proposed addition is higher than the existing structure, contrary to what's been stated here and on the form. And also that the answers to items 8 and 9 do not address the existing character and general uniformity of the front setbacks of the structures on the street. In other words, up and down that street, you'll notice that the front walls of all the houses is on the same line, except for that little porch, which I remember the owner's grandfather did the enclosure work on that prior to the zoning rules being adopted in '72. But in general, putting in it, and there's a photo I sent in, you can see the front walls of all the houses on both sides of the street are right up and down the line. What you're asking for now is a change of character on that street. And also, the next thing is and I also, here's a zoning map from the assessor's office with orange lines on it, so you can see where the lines of the fronts of the houses exist. I'll leave this with your secretary, but I think you get the gist of that. Also, this claim that there's 2 or 3 parking spaces. I'd like to know I hope the board will consider what their definition of a parking space is, because where this addition is going, sticking out toward the road, I don't think that's qualifies as a parking space. Additionally, the application, and given the current situation where there are typically 3 or 4 cars at that house, and now they're using the other side of the street in a buffer zone as a parking area, I don't see how this is going to alleviate the parking problem. It's going to make it much worse.
Yeah, I think we're run over the time.
The application does not meet the conditions for who's running this meeting, Mr. Hay? The application does not meet the conditions for approval under sections 1010 or 1012. The sought for modifications are not, quote, essential or desirable to the public convenience or welfare, and the proposed addition will impair the integrity or character of the district and the adjoining areas. My last comment is that when the board considers a non-conforming use and an extension of a non-conforming use, it seems to me that the non-conformity here is the front of the house, the main front of the house where this addition is going, and that's less than 15 feet setback from the street. So what you're adding, if you let this go through, is another protuberance, another projection out to the street, which is going to look really weird, and it's going to harm the character and the integrity of the lines on this street. I can understand extending a non-conformity out from the existing main front wall of the house over towards where it says proposed addition. That's like 14 feet off the street. I can understand extending a non-conforming line like you did extending the non-conforming line of the back wall of the house. But to say that because that porch is sticking out 6 feet or whatever, that he should now allow him to put an addition somewhere else also sticking out 6 feet seems to be creating a more non-conforming structure and actually creating a new non-conforming condition, like putting a wing on something.
Yeah.
That's a wing.
Yeah, Ken?
Who's speaking, please?
Yeah, hi, it's Ken. I guess, he's got to hit *6 when you give him an opportunity to.
Okay, I'm getting alternate voices coming through. So Mr. Pesvich was just finishing up and was commenting on the front, and so we're going to leave it at that. But I will allow.
Can we see that plan that was just up, Andrew?
The front setback is 5.9. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Is that a structure? Is what Pesevich is saying? Is that the structure? Or is that a deck?
This is an enclosed porch. No, it's not a deck. It's enclosed.
Okay.
With respect to parking, we've noted that the parking remains on this side, on the what would be the left side of the house on the carport. You're required to have 2 parking spaces, so you do have the required number of parking spaces. You could probably get 3 cars in there. You would have 1 parking space remaining on the right side, which we've already agreed to remove the pavement. With respect to character, integrity, etc., it's a single-story addition. It's not a 2-story. There is a slightly altered roof line because of the pitch, but it is a single-story addition that's matching into the existing floor. The rest of it is simply in the board's purview to decide.
Okay. Any other questions from the public? Okay, no questions from the public. Again, press *6 if you'd like to be heard. All right. So there were several points that this previous abutter just brought up in front of the board. Most of them, I think, are have been answered. However, there are some that I would like to just look into a little bit further. But at this point,
Excuse me? Yeah, I just
Yes.
sent Andrew a text. Okay, since we lost connection, we might not be able to hear people trying to talk.
okay, thank you. Andrew, can you hear me?
I don't think he can.
Oh. Andrew, we can't hear you, and we've lost connection on the main screen here in the Selectman's office. Unfortunately, I think I'm going to have to take another 5-minute or hopefully 3-minute recess to resolve this. I'd like to make a motion to make a We'll have a 5-minute recess till 9:20. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Chris. All those in favor?
Aye.
Fiddler, aye.
Steve Feeney, aye.
Larry Keane?
Can't hear us.
Can't hear us. We have 4 here, so we can go through that recess. So we will reconvene at 9:20, hopefully.
They ran out of
I
batteries.
couldn't see where it was, that's why I figured it was the battery, but
Right, I know it.
I thought it was on the side.
Again, I'm not sure.
Appreciate your time. So folks, it's currently, well, my phone's different than, so it is 9:23. And we will bring the ZBA, well, we're missing Steve Feeney. Right? Yeah. We need to wait a second. Here he comes. You're good. So before we reconvene, Larry, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me now?
I can. Heidi, are you there?
I am.
Okay, and we have the 4 of us here are here as well. Andrew's back downstairs, panting from running up the stairs to try to fix our technical issues. He's getting his exercise. So thank you to Andrew again. Okay, so we're currently still working through the case 2160. We're in public comments, and I'm going to bring this meeting back to order. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Chris. All those in favor?
Aye. Chris Pelazos.
Linda Miller, aye.
Steve Feeney, aye.
Larry Keane?
Aye.
Heidi Conway?
Yes.
Yes.
She's in bed.
She is not in bed. Okay, so Mr. Pesovich had finished his discussion, and I could hear some background conversation through Zoom. So was there another individual on Zoom that would like to speak?
Yes, Mr. Hayes was trying to get through
Okay.
extensively.
Okay.
Yes, it's Ken Hay.
Okay.
Yeah, so one of the concerns I have, can you hear me okay?
I can.
Okay, great. So one of the concerns I have is if you notice the picture that Mr. Pestovich showed, it showed one side of the street, which is very interesting, and he was worried about the roof line structure. Now, had he shown the other side of the street, you would see a dramatic difference in the roof lines. There is several houses that have major increases in their homes, well and above every one of those homes. So it's quite interesting that that happened, and I think it's intended. So that's one concern I have. The other concern I have is he's talking about worried about the aesthetics and things of this sort. When there's been appeals filed against him, he has about 50 yards of junk in his yard, and the neighborhood is more concerned about it. What's going on in that yard?
Okay,
It
Mr.
looks like
Hay.
a junkyard. So
Okay.
someone to be worried about aesthetics, that concerns me.
All right, let's try. I understand your frustration, and the audience is all here, but let's stay on point and try to avoid that type of discussion. Thank you. Okay, any other comments that you'd like to rebut his comments?
No, other than that, whatever I'm doing is conforming to the standards as Terry has displayed on the maps. And Andrew, to your point earlier, I have been working diligently and putting together the information that you requested that would be submitted with the permit that will easily determine that it is well within the confines of a non-substantial addition. It's basically just a bedroom. So that'll be submitted as soon as possible. I'm working with Gary Trungone, as I mentioned.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Any other comments from the public?
Thank you.
Okay. I'd like to hear from the board whether or not we feel that we should close this hearing and allow us to deliberate on September 14th, which is what I'm leaning towards.
I'm for that.
I'm for that.
There are a few
Can I
things.
ask why it's getting delayed to the 14th?
Because we have so much on the docket for this evening, and I want to make sure that we do this correctly. Where there was,
Okay, thank you.
where there was a butter's concern and a letter that was presented.
Wait, can we make a couple comments before we close this?
Absolutely.
Because we just went through this recently where a neighbor had contested a set of engineered plans, and basically we just had somebody coming up and making raw accusations of setbacks and whatever's on the set of plans. We have a stamped set of plans in front of us that we should be going by, that if an abutter wants to present their set of plans by a stamped engineer, then it would be taken into consideration.
Point well taken.
Excuse me, ma'am, who was that?
That was our board member, Larry Keane. It's just unfortunate that this is at the latest hour, so
So I understand the board's concern and the sake of time, and I'm all for, allowing you folks to take your time, make the informed decisions, and recess this until the 14th.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, I'd like to make a motion to close this hearing, case number 2160 for 19 Wilson Road. Do I have a second? To close?
Second.
Second by Mark Stiles. All those in favor?
Chris Melzos, aye.
Lynn Fiddler, aye.
Mark Stiles, aye.
Steve Feeney, aye.
Larry Keane? And Heidi Conway?
Aye.
So this meeting is closed. I'd like to make a motion to continue case 2160 to a date certain of September 14th at 6:30. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mark Stiles. All those in favor?
Aye, Chris Melzos.
Lynn Fiddler, aye.
Stiles, aye.
Steve Feeney, aye.
Larry Keane?
Aye.
Chris Felice? I'm sorry, Heidi Conway.
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay, I thank you, board. Appreciate
you.
your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Are you all set, Nancy, to move forward? Okay. So we have the applicant 2159, Town of Marshfield Harbor Master with us this evening.
Should I go get them?
Please.
Thank you.
We may need another chair or two for this front area. And you can push it this way, and then there'll be space for you. Sorry, everybody.
I heard that,
Well, Pat's all set. He can sit there. As long as we can hear you and you're part of the conversation. Okay. All right, folks, let's be respectful to the board in conversation. I'm going to read this into the record. This is case 2159, Town of Marshfield Harbor Master. Petitioner is seeking a special permit in accordance with 305-10.10 and 305-13.02. And site plan approval under 305-12.02 of the Marshfield Municipal Code to regrade the town's existing dredge spoils area, also known as DSA, to provide additional parking for a total of 94 parking spaces and 18 trailer spaces for use by Harbor Park visitors, and overflow parking for the town pier on the property located at Joseph Drybeck Way, which is further identified on the assessor's maps as being on parcel M0703-01 and is located in an R3 zoning district. It's currently 9:32. And we have in front of us the site plan, and if the applicant would like to identify himself for the record and explain the project.
Sure. Pat Brennan with Amory Engineers here on behalf of the Harbor Master. Can I go up to the screen and point it out?
Absolutely. The pointer is over here behind Chris. If you stand next to Chris, it makes it easier for the...
Sure.
Thank you. Yep, don't unplug us,
So,
or you're in trouble.
yeah, so currently, the Harbor Park is over here. This is Joseph Drybeek Way. This is, right here is the existing gravel parking area. What we have outlined in blue around this is the dike / berm that surrounds the dredge spoils area. Currently, the last time they dredged, they piled the dredge material up in this area. This raises up to about elevation 22. The road out in front is at about elevation 17. The existing gravel parking lot's at about elevation 15. What the plan is to basically just regrade this, basically push, in simple terms, push this pile out and to the east and to the north to level the area, to provide an area that for some additional parking out there. The other part of the project is the top of the dike would be a passive walking trail. In the past, it's been used as a walking trail. It's kind of overgrown now. So that would be the second part of it. But basically, like I said, it's just regrading this. Even with this regraded, this has been used since the late 1960s, early 1970s for dredge spoils. Even with this project, we're not really adding any material out here. The only material that we would bring in if we needed it would be maybe 3-4 inches of surfacing material, whether that be a crushed stone, crushed shells, something along those lines. But the existing gravel parking lot is solid. I expect, and just from being out in this area, I expect that material will be solid as well, so we probably don't even need to bring any surfacing material in. I think the gravel that's out there will suffice. So we're not changing the volume of material out there, we're basically just moving it around. And then the dredge spoils area, if it were to be filled up to the top of the berm, I calculate it would still take about 60 to 65,000 cubic yards of material that's still available for disposal of dredge spoils out there. The area is not in the flood zone. What you see in the yellow hatch is the flood zone out there. So the berm itself basically keeps the floodwaters out of the dredge spoils area. So the only resource areas that we have out there, we have some wetland buffers that we're working in. We did secure orders of condition from the Conservation Commission to do this work. So we're all set in that aspect of it. So now it's just getting the special permit from you guys for this is in the coastal wetlands area. However, like I said, it's not in the flood zone. So that's the project in a nutshell. Be happy to answer any questions.
Before we go to questions, I want to make the public aware that we had a board site visit, and Pat was there as well. A few of the citizens of Marshfield, or I'm not even sure if they're citizens, I didn't take a count of who was there. But we had an ability to walk up and go through the area, the front section, and had a discussion. So all the points that you just brought up were things that we were made aware of during that meeting.
And one other thing that I failed to mention, there is an existing tree line that's kind of highlighted in green here. A lot of birch trees have grown in there. When we went to conservation, we told them we would not touch that tree line. The only vegetation that we'll touch is the phragmites and the weeds that are on top of the hill out there. The trees, none of the trees will be coming down. And the lighting, there's existing lighting on poles out along Joseph Drybeek Way, and there's no plan to add any additional lighting. It's just use what's out there existing. There are cameras on the poles out there that look out into this area, so it will be monitored. I believe it is monitored now.
So the access points into the parking area?
So currently, the access point the access drive is just north of the there's two crosswalks that go over to Harbor Park. There's one here, one here. The access into this area is just north of this north crosswalk. And what we're proposing to do is center it between the two crosswalks so that it's not right adjacent to it. And you're also, if you're heading out to either the town pier or back out north, you're not crossing two crosswalks every time you're coming out of that area. And with that, the guardrail would be repaired out in front of this as well. That's falling down in disrepair.
So would you explain to the public and the board again, some of us weren't at this, the runoff and how that worked?
So the way that it's going to be graded is everything will be graded either to the east or to the north, so that any runoff that falls on this area is going to remain in the low part of the dredge spoils area. Nothing's going to go out toward the road or toward any of the butters because of the berm that's around that entire area. So it'll all be contained within the dredge spoils area.
No new impervious surfaces are proposed. I'm looking at the condition, well, the site plan of proposed improvements, sheet 1 of 1, dated of 5/11/21, which I believe is what you have there in front of you. Yeah.
I think there's a revised date on it.
Yeah, what is that? Andrew, can you look at the legend for that to see what we're looking at? There were-
Revised June 24th.
Yes, so DPW comments were 6/24/21, originally issued for permits on 5/11/21. So this is, we're all looking at the same thing. Okay. All right. DPW comments, were those part of this?
We eliminated some of the parking spaces.
Okay.
They wanted us to pull it back a little bit, so we did that. at that time.
Okay. Questions from the board, other than myself?
But I'd like to hear from the public because there were a few people down there.
Yep. Just a second here.
Hello? Hello?
Just a second, sir. So, we're going to get into the purpose of this district. We're going to get into the coastal, the bylaw for 1302 and how this all works in regards to this. Municipal uses such as wastewater treatment facilities, waterworks, pumping stations, a maritime service and safety facilities, essential services and parks are permitted in this district. Land in the coastal wetland district may be used for any purpose otherwise permitted in the underlying district except that, and then there are continuances with our bylaws. But I would agree with Larry at this point unless there are further comments that the board would like to add to open this up to the public so we can make best use of our time. Okay? All right. So I would like to start with those in favor of this project and have those folks identify themselves for the record. And if all of you are here for this particular hearing, whether or not you are or not, perhaps we should send around a pad of paper so that you can add your names to the in favor and opposed list, and that may help us run this through. But I'm not sure where we stand, so why don't we just start with those in favor of this project. If you would like to speak, now is your time to do so. Okay, again, press *6 if you would like to speak to unmute yourself. Alrighty. Any of the public that would like to speak in reference to this project, that are opposed to this project, or just have general comments or questions, would you care to be heard? Sir, would you stand up and identify yourself for the
My name's
record?
Robert Tice, and I'm here representing the Marshfield Commercial Fishermen's Association,
I'm sorry, Robert, what was your last name?
TICE. And
Thank you.
we had a meeting last month. We're an association of like 60 to 70 members. We had a unanimous decision not to support this parking lot. I drive by there every day, and there might be a car or two cars, maybe three, some people walking a dog or something. This is totally unneeded. And to put this on this neighborhood down there, just right out of the blue, it's absolutely beyond me how anyone could just come up with a plan like this when it's totally not needed. The town pier parking lot on a weekend, Sunday, it was 3/4 full, and it's August. It's the middle of the summer. This is totally, I don't know who came up with this, but to bulldoze down 2 acres of greenery in this town to put up a parking lot, it's like the Joni Mitchell song.
Yeah.
Tear down a forest to put up a parking lot. This is like the bridge to nowhere. So we voted against it. We got like 70 members, and there wasn't one person who was in favor of this.
So your argument is that it's just not needed?
It's not needed.
Okay. Any other comments from the public? Please identify yourself for the record.
Is it all right to come up to the microphone so I can be on the record?
You're heard on the record wherever you are in this
I want to
room.
make sure that I'm heard.
You have our undivided attention
Okay, Lynn, thank you.
for 5 minutes.
Well, Lynn, I own 5 houses
Okay,
there.
yeah, I know.
And,
All right, let's hear what
and
you have
6
to
lots,
say.
so I think I should get more than 5 minutes, right?
I am listening to you.
Okay, thank you. So,
Say your name.
Steve Lynch, 50 Central Street. So first I want to address the presentation. So he says that that's an existing parking lot there that's in that area that he wants to expand. So I don't know how that's an existing parking lot when it's a dredge spoil area. If they made it into a parking lot, they did it illegally. That's a change of use without any permission. So he misrepresented that when he spoke. And then I was just wondering, how do you get paid? I mean, do we have a town meeting to vote to give you some money to come up with this plan?
Can you run the questions through the chairperson, please?
Lynn, so doesn't the Harbor Master's Department have to go to town meeting to get funding to decide we can make some gigantic plan and hire an engineer to do this?
I don't have the answer to that
I know,
question.
I know you don't. I just wanted to throw it out there.
Okay, you're on the record with that.
Okay.
Continue.
So anyway, there's many reasons why this should not go forward, you know, as far as conservation goes and it being a wetland, and there's no need of this. My reasons are that I live there and use the harbor, and I don't believe that we should be expanding the parking lot to make this a destination location for people who don't live in Marshfield so that we can get revenues for parking. And if there's only room for a gallon of water in that harbor, and now you want to put 2 gallons in, there's going to be overflow. We already have congestion down there. We don't need any more. They want to put 18 trailer spots up there. What I heard the reason was because some of the trailers extend into the roadway in the current parking lot. It's not our obligation to provide oversized parking spaces for people that have long trailers and boats. Let them go to another harbor. This is our resource. We pay gigantic money to live in this town and taxes to live in this town. We don't need to provide this area for people who don't live here or live in another state. I understand providing it for Marshfield residents, and I know that we have a contract with the state to provide parking lots, but we don't have to provide oversized parking lots. So there's no reason to do this. We're just going to bring more people down that we don't need there in an already over-congested area. We have traffic driving by my house all the time that, you know, people are speeding. There's people coming down the Pier Road, which is Joseph Brebeck Way, that don't live here that don't know that road, that has blind curves. They got a truck, they got a trailer, and they got a boat on it. They go around those blind curves, and if someone's coming the other way and someone's walking, there's no stopping for that person walking. Now, and we literally counted the people in front of my house on a given summer day. 200 people every day walk by my house with their dogs and their children, senior citizens and mothers with their kids, and we don't need more congestion on that street. That is the biggest walkway around. And there's no reason to add a walkway out into an area where there's nothing but mosquitoes when we just spent $1 million providing the sidewalk that goes all the way over to Green Harbor. And technically, I don't understand how the Harbor Master Department, who has nothing to do with this land, it's owned by the DPW. How does the Harbor Master Department even get a meeting with you when he doesn't have control of the property yet? That'd be like me asking for a variance on a piece of property that I don't own so that I can build something on it because I'm thinking about maybe buying it. He needs to get control of the property before he should even be here. So that's about what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Hi.
Hi, I just want to Steve's point, Beth Mahoney, I live at 26 Island
Yes, before you
Street.
begin, name for the record.
Beth Mahoney, I live at 26 Island Street, and to Steve's point about the sidewalks, there are none. Those, the trucks that carrying those trailers that are coming around those corner from the parking lot onto Center Street, there's no sidewalks there. The people that come, the 200 people that he's talking about, that now come around that loop instead of going around the high road loop that used to be open, they're all down on Island Street. They all come around the access road, through the parking lots, and down Central and on Island, and there are no sidewalks. My biggest concern with all of this is not to put aside the conservation and the things that Steve pointed out, but the safety. The trucks and the trailers come flying down Island Street, they go flying over that bridge. There's not enough room going over that bridge right now for 2 large trucks with 2 large trailers to both be on that bridge at the same time. I always come around there to go to work every morning, every night. I'm always pushed over to the side, let alone letting, 100 more vehicles come up and down that road. They don't come in the access road and go out the access road. They come in the access road and come down Island Street. And like I said, my biggest concern is safety. This is not a safe project. It's going to impact the community in a really bad way as far as that goes. And I hate to see anybody get hurt, run over, especially with the amount of kids that we have down there. The park people are always coming down. Not just the park people, but everybody in the Marshfield seems to love to walk down to the harbor. That much more traffic and that many more vehicles is just so unsafe. And that's my biggest concern, is the safety.
Okay, thank you. Yes, please identify yourself for the record.
Good evening, Eric Murphy, Ocean Street. A few questions about the parking and the spoils area. I grew up in town, I'm 50 years old. I can remember being a teenager and riding my mountain bike down in that spoils area, and town employees would say, hey, don't ride your mountain bike down there. The reason why it's a spoils area is because it's contaminated soil that couldn't be dumped out in the ocean that we do now with the harbor dredgings. We take out in the ocean and dump them. They could not dump them, so they had to put them in that space to save them for later. For approximately 2 or 3 years, it dried out and cracked and stunk and brought flies, and it was an eyesore. I know the town had meetings on it, on what to do. Now, 30 years later, grass has taken it over, the trees are over it, it's nice, it's a cool area. Why would we want to scrape that scab off of that contaminated, muddy, mucky soil so that we can all smell it all over again when it's taken 30 years to get to this point in the first place? And quite frankly, we've got a $900,000 sidewalk there that's just a quarter mile off of this page. There's a town parking lot for beach access. Already there, already ready to go. Quarter used, at most. Why can't we use that parking lot that exists? I don't see the need to spend money on more parking in an area when you have areas like granite rock that are being left behind. If you're looking for construction and improvements, do what needs to be done. And let's not start new projects, opening new scabs, and making the neighborhood smell for another 3 years. I'd just like to know if the soil's been tested or if it is going to be tested before we open it up. Is there mercury in there? Is there PCBs? Are there benzenes in there? It's all come off the bottom of the harbor from 200 years ago. We need that space for the next time they dredge the harbor 100 years from now. That's where the contaminated soil is going to go. That's where the contaminated soil is already. It's next to the sewage treatment plant. Let's keep it the contaminated area it is and not touch it.
Okay, thank you, all right.
Thank you.
Can you respond to the soil borings?
I'll find out information.
And all what he just brought up? Okay, thank you. All right, okay. Any other comments from the public?
Tim Boyd, Island Street. I think, there's a lot to unpack with
Tim, what was your last name? Sorry.
Boyd.
Boyd?
B-O-Y-D. There's a lot of issues here that everybody has already brought up, I think, to unpack, but, I see my largest issues or problem with this is, one, safety and the necessity for this project in particular. Why are we investing in this project to increase traffic when we're not managing the traffic that we have in that area? Why aren't we investing in construction of a sidewalk system on Island Street through the Esplanade, through the existing parking lot that actually makes it safe for people, the 200 plus people that we have walk by our house in a thickly settled neighborhood that we can't get a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit rated on, and we can't get the police department to reinforce speed limits on boats and the excessive traffic to the trailer park or the marina on a regular weekend basis in the summer. My house is set back 5 feet off of the minimum setback of 5 feet from the road. So I am 10 feet off of the road. People come down that road with a 10-foot distance where my kids are riding their bike that could come out of my garage or my driveway and be killed because the speed that cars come down this road and boats carrying boats on a regular basis with no ability to stop, we're going to increase that traffic before we even look at a construction project that might make sense to increase the safety of this heavily foot trafficked area. We went as far as paving, concreting, and making that nice walkway up Joseph Drive back halfway, but it stops. People come down and do that whole loop, and there's no sidewalk going down Central Street. There's broken up sidewalks going up Island Street. It's dangerous, and there's not any need to increase the amount of traffic that we have. I think that's one. Two, on the legal end of it, how does this get through conservation? How does this end up in zoning with this being in the coastal wetland district? If I decide that I need to increase the parking of my personal property and I want to, just scrape my yard and dump it out into the marsh that falls 100 feet below that, can I do that to increase the use, the already purposed use of this particular area? Would the town zone that under conservation and the zoning board to allow me to do that? Because I recently just raised my house and had to give back 10 feet of conservation land because a fence that was put up in 1941
Okay,
yeah.
yeah.
Well,
I understand.
so but it was part of the wetland, coastal wetland district. So why do we don't allow residents?
You're asking this board to comment on why conservation did what they did, and that's not in our preview. I can't offer you answers to why they did what they did. I can understand your questions to that.
And I'm in a butter, but I wasn't notified even of the conservation. I wasn't notified of this meeting until one of my neighbors told me. Why didn't I receive a letter? Who receives letters? What's the distance?
It should be
Nancy,
abutters
can
to
you
abutters
respond?
within 300 feet.
I
Conservation's 100 feet, I believe.
I didn't receive a letter for either.
I will check my list to make sure that you were on it.
I mean, we should be
You
within
have his address and you have
Is
it.
it 31 Island?
31, yeah?
I'll check.
I don't have the answer to that, so,
But as far as zoning goes, so it got through conservation, as far as zoning goes, the wetland, coastal wetland district also applies to zoning. In a 100-foot no-touch area that applies to residents, that we can't mow our lawns without getting a permit and an approval from the town. Can't put a fence post in without, you know, going through the proper permitting process, variance. Why does the town have free and clear access to decide to bulldoze and level the wetlands to park cars on?
so the board will discuss these things in, as far as the uses and how they apply to the coastal wetland based on the comments from the public and the comments from the applicant, and we will evaluate all of that during our deliberations. So right now, your concerns are with safety, your concerns were with conservation and why that happened. I explained, I can't answer that question. We can, I'm sure the applicants have heard your concerns with safety. Are there any other concerns that you have? And the fact that you weren't on the abutters list.
Butters listed.
So we will work with that.
And if
Nancy
we,
will work on
if we
that.
create a precedent here for being able to extend the use, personal use for parking, do we, as abutters to the marshland, have the right under that precedent to decide to park our cars in the marsh? Or maybe boat?
Well, that seems like a question that maybe you would like to rethink. But, so.
Well, if I bulldoze and
I think that
grade
you're
the-
getting off
the
topic.
land.
I understand your frustration, but I think that what you've brought in front of the board is something that we will consider in deliberation. Are there any other comments from the public? Yes, ma'am. Something different than what we have heard, perhaps? Okay, good.
Laurie Futch, Island Street. This is towards the Harbor Master, I guess. I'm just curious, our parking lot's enough down there. I've lived there for over 30-something years. There are times when it's full, but most of the time there's plenty of room. What I've been hearing through the grapevine is this parking lot is part of a bigger plan coming, that the town plans on dredging out part of the harbor and making their own marina. And you will need that parking lot to support your marina. Is that where they're going with this parking lot?
Oh, yeah.
Is that on record that, no, you're never gonna do that?
The only part of the harbor that can be dredged out was previously dredged in 2009, 2010. The dredge pools that part talked about were from two dredging projects, Taylor Marine and the town's dredging project. That's what represents that 10,000 cubic yards that's currently there.
So on record, you're not gonna build a town marina in there for that parking lot?
At Harbor Park?
Not at Harbor Park, in the harbor itself, dredge it out to build the own town marina where you will gain access from paying for the boats being at the marina instead of Taylor and Green Harbor and
There are
stuff.
no plans for a town marina.
Okay.
We don't even have the
That's all
space
right.
there for a town marina.
Okay.
And the reason why the dredge pools went there in 2009, 2010, because it was cheaper to dump there. And there was an applicant on the meeting tonight, Green Harbor Yacht Club. They were approved to go dump in there, and they also, it was cheaper for them to go offshore, and they are dumping offshore, which the town of Marshall will probably go offshore next year if we dredge with the Army Corps.
And they have specific requirements that allow them by the state and to do that. And that's a very extensive process.
It's all based on grain size analysis, things
Right,
like that.
right. So that's just, yes, sir.
Joe Pasevich, Wilson Road. A few quick questions. What is the finished elevation that's proposed?
I
don't
think
see
Pat
it marked.
answered that.
Did you mention that, or?
Yeah, currently it's the road in front of it, 17, and it's gonna slope out. It'll be about 14, 15 at the back of it. And it's gonna slope both in an easterly and a northerly direction, as I mentioned, into the low areas, the existing low areas in the dredge spoils area.
Now, there's an assumption that you're going to encounter firm gravel or firm packed soil throughout that area. What's that based on?
The firm material that's out there right now.
In the existing so-called parking lot, but not, you don't know what's underneath that, rest of that area.
Well, we do with the reports that he has from the last two dredging projects.
But the dredge material, what was it placed on it? I'm sure it wasn't placed on gravel. That's just the point I want to bring up. I've worked on several sites in the environmental business where we encountered contaminated soils, and those things are now capped. You start digging and excavating and pushing soil around, you could cause a release. I've worked on sites like
So
that
we
in
don't-
Weymouth. I've worked on sites in Ponset. You can see it from the expressway. Lots of instances like that. You're opening a real can of worms without knowing exactly what you've got. You'll be pushing around. And to me, that's also a soil removal.
So I did
permit.
ask him earlier in the evening to address that question, and he responded to the board that he would get back to that.
Yeah.
So we're gonna, at this point, it's now now 10:03.
One more thing.
So just a second. So currently, the applicants have talked, the abutters have talked about safety. They've talked about the spoil area and what's below it. They've talked about concerns with the actual parking, the need for it, the excessive traffic. Are there other specific things? The coastal wetlands, we are not getting into at this point, but for the board to ask those questions, but.
Yeah, I have one more thing on my.
I'd like to go to Pam.
But I just want to ask about the lighting. The lighting, current lighting is probably directed down where it's needed. It obviously would have to be redirected out towards that lot. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Can I defer at least to Mr. Cusick? I'm sure he'll be brief, and he's had his hand up before me.
Sure, that's fine. Yes, and I understand that you've also included some information
Yeah, I did
to
send you
the
a
administrator.
letter. Yeah, I did.
So,
That I did. John Cusick, Waterman Ave. I'm also a member of the Board of Public Works. The first thing I'd like to address is that who better knows about the parking and the need for parking than the commercial fishermen? They're there every day. Now, myself, I'm there most of the days. I'm retired. My wife and I like to go down to the town pier. Most of the time, I'm down there twice a day. That, I won't even call it a parking lot because it was a staging area for the bridge. That's never used. At most, on a weekend, you don't even see a trailer there. It's never used. It's not necessary to have this gigantic 2-acre parking lot that's not needed. It certainly, I support the fishermen. They're there all the time. They know it's not necessary, even on the weekends. It's never used. The other thing, so that's my support for the commercial fishermen. I also going to question that the harbor master came before our board twice. And he sat there and he said, just like this, all I need is your permission, correct? Twice. All I need is your permission, the 3 board members. Now, he fills out the application before your board, and the undersigned X is the owner, signed under the pains and penalties of perjury, Michael A. DeMayo, harbor master. He's saying he owns it.
I think he's saying the town of Marshfield owns it.
When you go, that's correct, but when you
Correct.
go, I don't mean to interrupt you, sorry.
Okay, no, go ahead.
When you go to the parcel M7-03-01, that's at the top of his Form 2, page 2, where he says under penalties of perjury, he owns it. You go to that parcel and it says owner, Town of Marshfield, DPW. Land acres, 69.9 acres. DPW has control of it. So that is a misinterpretation of who owns the property before your board on the application. Next thing I'd like to address is in 2014, Conservation on the harbor park itself when that order of conditions was sent out, under special conditions, they asked for 16 more parking spaces in the staging area, I'll call it. And it was denied. The conservation removed those. And they said no regrading of the berm or removal of material is allowed. The parking area shall remain roughly with the existing footprint of parking. So conservation turned this down in 2014. I have the order of conditions. I'd also like to address that I did check with planning on the footage needed for additional parking for the town pier. And it's over 300 feet. And when it goes over 300 feet, there's other conditions that have to be met. And it deals with safety. Safety of the pedestrians getting out of their vehicles and if this goes through. There's no striping proposed in this proposed parking area that's totally unnecessary. So there's safety is an issue for the pedestrians if in fact it does go through. That's a big concern because it's over 300 feet. And I checked with Greg Ebond and he agreed with me and he did it with his computer and he said, yeah, it was well over 300 feet. So.
Can I interrupt you for a second?
You can.
Is that one continuous parcel? I believe it is,
Yes.
correct?
Correct, 69.90 acres.
Okay, thank you.
I can pass to you.
So with satellite parking on one continuous parcel, I'm not sure what the bylaw is, but we'll look into that as well.
Well, on the actual staging area, that's how that came about. That was never a parking area. And I'd like to find out if you consider the staging area, the parking area structure. That would be considered a structure? That so-called parking area, staging area that's there now, the small lot?
Are you asking me if...
Asking maybe...
That's not part of our application this evening.
Both structures have part of it. But that's my comments, that it's totally unnecessary. And I support the fishermen that are there every day, and who else to know better than the fishermen? So thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Pam Keith, 73 Standish Street. I have a different take coming from reading the application. We've had problems in the past, airport, and the way a meeting room is run, had problems with the harbor master, had a variance sitting in the middle of the application, not mentioned up front of the application. That led to a long proactive, you know the story. You were there, I believe, Ms. Fiddler.
I'm sorry, would you repeat what you just said?
I said you were there, I believe.
For which particular hearing?
For the harbor master building.
For the harbor master building, yes, I was.
Yeah.
I
Just
did
saying
sit
you-
on that
you-
hearing, but
yes. I'm
as
just
you know,
saying-
there have been hundreds of hearings since that, so
No,
my
I know, but I'm
recollection-
just saying it was a long, I don't want to go over, I wasn't
Hundreds,
trying
maybe
to add,
thousands.
I wasn't trying to add details because I know you remember it. is what I'm
Okay,
just
I
trying to
don't
say.
know how much, yeah, okay.
It took, I don't know, six
It was a-
weeks,
it was a-
six meetings or something.
Yes.
And that was because of inaccuracies in the initial application and so on and so forth. We've had a problem recently with a local business getting permission to dump there with a 10.10 permit. And spelled out in the application and in the decision that the 10.10 permit was for relief. Now, relief is a word used for variances, and that's the only place it shows up, I believe, in our bylaw is under variance, and it shows up in an application form 2B, I think it is. And that word is there. It is not there for under special permits or any other thing. So
So
that was.
you're referring, I'm interrupting you again because I'm losing your train of thought. So you're working off of their specific application that they presented to the ZBA and you have specific
I'm giving history.
problems with it, or you're
I'm
just
giving
bringing up
history.
history?
I'm done with the history. I'm
Okay.
just saying,
All right.
I'm trying to bolster my case that there
Okay.
have been problems. I have a problem now. This current application, the main problem that I see, but this is without the benefit of seeing your deliberation. I wouldn't make these comments if I had seen your deliberation, but you do not want to deliberate first. You wanted us to speak first. So I'm doing it without the benefit of seeing
Well,
you.
we won't deliberate
Well,
till
not
we close.
not deliberate, but
We'll have a conversation.
have a conversation. I've seen no conversation, so I'm making comments based on what I think may happen, based on the application only.
Okay.
The application shows a request for a 10.10 permit, which is a permit for special uses. But however, within the permit, within the body of the application, Form 2C has two parts to it. The second part is for a petition for a expansion, I believe, or alteration of a non-conforming use or structure, I believe. The form is filled out. So it's stating that the applicant is petitioning for a non-conforming use or structure extension, yet does not ask for a 10.12 permit. And the requirements for 10.10 and 10.12 are different, and they are also completely different permits. 10.10 is for special uses, 10.12 is for non-conforming. And I see a host of problems leading from that. If you deal with this as a non-conforming use, and it's a non-conforming piece of land to begin with, it's non-conforming use that's been on it, you go to a jumping off point where you then have to abide by non-conforming, different segments of the law. And I mean, to me, I have that the dredge spoils is the non-conforming use, and that's kind of written in the application. The parking use came after the bylaw, and it also came about because of a variance. The road and the bridge was built by a variance. You would have to go over the extension of the use being possibly significantly different, which I believe it is. One of the main things you'd have to go over about a non-conforming situation is whether the use has been abandoned. And we just heard, and it's been stated multiple times in the different hearings, his hearing, conservation hearing, that we have not dumped in this land since about 2009. We have not dumped here for over 10 years. Yet a non-conforming use is abandoned after 2. And I don't believe the courts at this point don't look for reasons why you abandoned it. They don't give you exceptions why it's abandoned. Our bylaw doesn't have an exception. It just clearly says that if you haven't done this non-conforming use in 2 years, then you're done. You do not have a non-conforming use to expand, which means the dumping and the filling that has gone on there in the past cannot be. The coastal wetlands bylaw says you can't dump, fill, or transfer earth. So your non-conforming use cannot be extended because your non-conforming use has been abandoned, and you now have to revert to a conforming use. And the conforming use is not touching that land. So I've kind of worked through, to me, this is a big puzzle. I've had, like I said, seen puzzles in the past. The Harbor Master building was a big puzzle. This one's been quite of a challenging puzzle, and I pretty much spelled out, most of my comments here. The uses in the application that would go hand in hand with the 10.10 permit that you seem to want to be giving are all convoluted. None of them agree for 10.10, and I can go through that quickly. The uses show up as, basically, the bylaw reads to me that the uses of essential service, maritime facility that we inserted, park, are allowed by right, basically. That sentence reads that they're allowed, period. There's a period at the end there. It says they're permitted.
You can see Andrew is trying to catch up with you.
Yeah, 1302.
Thank you.
Permitted uses, right there, C. Permitted uses, municipal uses such as wastewater treatment, waterworks, pumping stations, maritime service, essential services and parks are permitted in the district. That sounds to me like it's allowed by right. That parking lot is not any of those things. It's not an essential service, like it's said in the application. Essential service is defined in the bylaw. It's water, sewer, gas. It's not the maritime service facility. It's not a park. It's basically a big municipal parking lot at this point, which is not even listed as a use in the bylaw, although we do have a commercial parking lot in the bylaw. So I thought possibly you might go with that use, but that's not there. Then you continue reading. maybe I won't read the whole thing, but it basically says no structure for human occupancy.
So but I am going to stop you because the question of whether or not this is a non-conforming use is the crutch of the beginning phase of what we need to do as a board.
Absolutely.
To make that determination.
Right.
So I am on the same line with you in that regard. So.
Well, then my main problem, like I said, number one, my main problem is that if you are going to determine that or not determine that, they're not seeking a 10.12 permit. It's not listed in the public hearing, notice. It's not on, I don't know what the rules are as far as changing in mid-meeting what type of permit the person's looking for.
Well, we have made some accommodations to allow an application to be amended.
Okay.
Okay, so continue.
Well, then, like I said, the first sentence looks like things are allowed straight out. It was obviously set aside for essential services. They knew the sewer plant was either already being built or was built at the time the bylaw went in 1972. So the next thing you have is no structure for human use, which is a full-blown building, can't be built, but also smaller structures, walls, dams, structures intended for permanent use. It says can't be constructed, altered, enlarged, or created, except for, there's your little except for clause, piers, boathouses, walkways, and similar facilities which may be granted by special permit of the board. So in my mind, that particular special permit there is a special use, and that would be the 10.10. But the parking lot is not a pier, it's not a boathouse, it's not a walkway, and it's not similar. A 2-acre bulldoze parking lot is not a waterfront, smaller, less intrusive access to the water piece of, structure. So it's not able to be granted by the special permit. It's not an essential service and rest of those things that's up above. And then what, it goes on, are we kind of done with that there? Yeah, except something can be built by fire. So then you move on to dumping, filling, excavating, transfer of any earth. Oh, they also listed the uses allowed in the R3 zone underlying, which it does say up above. However, what I noticed is the two uses that are on there, which is this community facilities park and accessory parking, those are allowed by right. So in my mind, when I read the application, I saw a 1010 permit. 1010 doesn't fit the R3 zone. It doesn't fit what's allowed in the first sentence there. It isn't a pier, boat, or walkway, which would be a 1010. So in my mind, what I saw was the 1010 permit is being used again like it was just used for relief, which is totally inappropriate. In this case, the 1010 is being used in place of the 1012 permit or a variance, and or a variance. And it is being, so you're using an improper permit. And so I will tell you, I think I've covered everything. My comments, like Mr. Fasevich did, are in writing, and I didn't want to tell you until I said them because I didn't want to take a half an hour to talk about whether everybody needed a copy or not. I have 13 copies here, so anybody and everybody here can have one if they want one or I will give it.
So is that dated?
Yeah, it's 2 pages long.
Thank you.
It is a little more detailed than what I just spelled out, but the gist of it is the entire non-conforming.
Okay, so for the record, Pam Keith has provided Nancy with 2 pages. Dated what, Nancy?
August 10th.
August 10th? Is there a memo line or a subject line?
Yes, we have comments about Harbor Master request for new parking lot near Town Pier.
Okay, so that was just heard on one, so you're good. Okay.
It's a little harsh in places, but I'm, in a way, I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. So, I had to say it this time.
So obviously, with all the information that's been in front of this board and how lengthy our hearings have been this evening, this would be a recommendation for our board to take the opportunity in the next few weeks to digest everything that we've heard, ask more questions, and come back at this again on September 14th. I appreciate everybody being here this evening, and I see there's another person with her hand.
Can I add one thing?
Yes, and before I finish, for the record, you also submitted a email or a package, and I'd like Nancy to make sure that that's part of the record as well, and I believe it already is, correct?
I don't know who you were talking to.
Just one comment.
John
Yes.
Cusick, yes.
You got 3 or 4 things in
There
there.
were 3 or 4 things that we've read, so, okay.
Just one
Yes.
comment. During this time that you're taking to go over all of this, take a ride down on the weekend.
I'm there quite a lot.
Take a ride and take a look.
It's a
And
beautiful
you'll see-
area.
Yeah, take a look at the lot that's supposedly is
I'm
going to be.
aware. I
and
grew
it's-
up in Marshfield. I've been here
I've been
my
here 50
entire
years,
life.
So-
50, I'm
Just
not gonna
take-
tell you
just
how
go down
old
and
I
take a
am. I almost spilled the beans.
I mean, you have other board members that can go down and just.
I'm sure. That's why we had a site visit, so the board could be there
Yeah,
as
but
well.
different-
So
you can take a look.
perhaps we'll add that, and I appreciate that.
Not as a
comment.
group, just individual.
Pushing a stroller with my
Go
grandkids.
for a walk around the block.
I have.
Grandkids?
Grandkids. So for your marching list, I don't like to use that term, but you heard everything. I'd like to have some information on how this could impact the salt marshes and the tidal flats. And the safety and the purity of the water. And I'm sure there will be other things that we uncover in the next few weeks. Any comments from the board or any other specific questions that we'd like? Oh, yes, ma'am, I'm sorry, I saw
That's
you, and then
okay. My name is Marlene Labossiere. I live at 75 Central Street. I think we keep looking at these charts. What we don't see are homes. Our homes. We live in this area. We don't want to be smelling something funky that is going to be dredged up. We live in Marshfield, known for its marshes and its fields, not for its parking lots. We don't need this project. That area is very unsafe, as everybody has said. We see people wheeling, baby carriages, 2 dogs on the sides. And again, the cars come whipping around with boats on the back. You go by that area, usually there's no cars in it. Sometimes, if you're lucky, you're going to see 1 or 2. That's all. There's something going on here. Why this proposal is coming in. They don't need more parking in an already bad zone for parking and for us residents of the area.
Okay, thank you. So board members, I'd like to make a motion to continue this hearing unless there's further comments.
Can I make a little point of order?
Oh my goodness, yes.
You know, you asked the people that are proposing this to do some research on the contaminants in the
Yes.
area. You know, well, he's getting paid to push this forward. Why don't you get your own independent person to
So-
research it?
An independent person would require the zoning board's budget, which also works towards, unless I ask my husband to do it, and I doubt he'll do that for us.
So we get a one-sided report then, right?
I
from the people that wanna do this.
I understand your point. I will bring it up to town council and have a discussion. Okay. Anything else? Yes, sir.
Eric Kelly, is about. I don't live in the area, but I do share the, people that live down there, the concerns, no doubt about that. Certain things in regards to, I didn't see how the entrance and the exit are gonna be designed coming out of this place.
That was discussed.
It was? Okay, I didn't hear that. Nobody's, like myself, I'm not going up to the mic, so.
Okay.
I question if the park is necessary. I've been down there a couple of times, well, my daughter's mentioned that parking lot, parking plans currently there, is never full.
Do you have anything new to add? I'm sorry, it's just getting awfully late. We're not done here. Okay.
I brought a DPW meeting asking Officer Demand to, with the concern of the long trailers, to look into redesign the current parking, maybe you can make it more efficient. Those long trailers are such a concern about it. And the thing is, I don't know where the board's gonna go, obviously nobody knows, but if you do approve this, I would like to see this property strictly limited to what it can be used for. My suggestion, unless the residents here have something else in mind, would be just the boat trailers, cars and SUVs, and that's it, no other uses. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have one
All right.
question. Larry Futch, Island Street. When the soil samples are sent out, where are they being sent to?
I don't know what soil samples are being, I don't know the process at this point for you to assume that that's, right now I don't know what that process is. So we will investigate what you're referring to as soil samples of this area in the next few weeks, and then whether or not that's on the requirement, at this point, I'm not sure where we stand, so.
Can you
And
make
this is the final question,
Yeah, can you
because
make the applicant pay for it?
the applicant,
Why
we
not?
just
It's
had
out
this
of his-
conversation, so
It's out of his budget, he's proposing it.
let's let that lie. Okay. It's getting late and I'm getting punchy. You know that word that I need a Mounds bar, you know? So I'd like to make a motion to continue this hearing to September 14th at 6:30. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mark Stiles.
Actually, Lynn, real quick, if I could, Larry
Yes.
Keane. Is there any chance we could put together a list of some of these concerns to give to the applicants, so at the next meeting, we kind of have some answers to it, so we're not
So
reviewing?
I've been writing everything down, and I'm going to, as soon as this is available live through Zoom, I will take an assessment of the specific questions of the abutters and work with Nancy on those questions. But that's a good comment.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
One of the abutters at the beginning, I believe Steve Lynch, I think he brought up some pretty valid concerns that
Yes.
should be addressed.
There were several valid concerns, so we will try to maneuver our way through the actual hearing and figure out exactly what happened.
I don't mean to delay this any further
Yeah,
because
no,
we're
go
continuing it,
ahead.
but perhaps the petitioners could give us some insight on how they arrived at this number of spaces.
Can I ask one question?
I mean,
Just a
not
minute,
tonight.
we have a
Doesn't
board
to be tonight. I'm
member,
talking about
so-
before
so
the next
just-
meeting. That's all.
Right now, John. So basically, when we had the plan engineered, it was based on what could potentially go in there. It doesn't say that all those cars are going to go in there. That's the potential that potentially could be in there.
So the board has the ability to limit that
We
or
could, and
change.
we also
or-
talked about even chaining it off at nighttime or a certain time.
So there are
Until we
conditions.
actually need this space. To keep people out of there
We're in
at nighttime.
So folks, enough. So we're in the beginning phases of this discussion. It's 10:30 something at night. We've been at it for a while. So let's just take it as it is. Let this board continue its work for the evening before we get off track and just we're not productive. So I'm done for the evening for this particular hearing, and I'd like to make a motion to continue it to September 14th. Do I have a second? Second by Mark Stiles. All those in favor? Lynn Fiddler, aye. Aye. Larry Keane? Folks, we're still in the middle. Appreciate your silence as you leave the room. Heidi Conway? Aye. Thank you, Heidi. All right, folks, we're moving into case 21-48, which is the Sailors Valentine Trust of 34 Marginal Street. Okay. Yes, thank you, Heidi.
Can everybody hear me?
I can. Let me read this into the record and we'll get started.
Okay.
Thank you. The Sailors Valentine Trust Just a second while they exit the room. All right, here we go. 2148 Sailors Valentine Trust. The petitioner is seeking a special permit in accordance with 305-13.02C.01 and 305-10.12 and a variance in accordance with 305-10.11 of the Marshfield Municipal Code for relief from 305-6.07 to construct a 4-foot by 68-foot dock with a 13-foot by 12-foot boat lift alongside at the end of the dock on the property located at 34 Marginal Street rear, which is further identified on the assessor's maps as being on parcel MO5-10-15 and is located in an R3 zoning district. So, the applicant is with us this evening. Could you please identify yourself for the record?
I'm Tim Shanahan here live. Mark Burgess is remote.
Okay, Tim is live. Shanahan?
Shanahan.
And Mark Burgess is remote. Mark, can you hear us okay?
I can.
All righty.
Thank you.
So, if one of you would like to explain this project.
Yes, so for the record, I'm Mark Burgess of Shorefront Consulting. Done all the permitting, design and permitting for this project for Mr. Shanahan. The project received an order of conditions almost a year ago, August 24th of 2020. And we were recently informed that we had to go through zoning, so that's our reason for being before you tonight. We were informed that we needed a special permit and a variance. I'm assuming you want to do the special permit first, is that correct?
Yes, we have, having these docks, the board is accustomed to having our conditions as well that we have used in our previous hearings. So the board has had the ability, as you can see, Andrew is going through looking at your actual application.
Yes, I plan to be very short.
Okay, so go ahead.
Okay, well, for the special permit, it's basically for the structure in the flood zone. It's a water dependent use, and the use of the dock is in the same category as other uses and docks in the area. So there's no increased nonconformity. It's basically a very standard, straightforward project. And it's received all the other local approvals. So with that, I will be quiet.
Okay. Could you just expand in on the actual structure in relationship to the house, if it's available?
Yes. There's a large expanse of a wooded wetland and with scrub vegetation between the house and the waterfront. The applicant owns all that land, and there's an existing path that goes through there. So the dock is positioned at the end of the path on one side of the beach. It's a monopile design, so it minimizes the amount of piles. It's a permanent structure, so you have a one-time disturbance to put it in. And I don't know what else to tell you. It's a kind of a standard dock.
Okay, so Tim just explained that the house is set back 600 some odd feet from the beginning of the ramp or dock. Did I interpret that correctly?
Yeah, the setbacks are huge, and to the north, it's probably 100 feet to the property line, and to the south, maybe 400 feet to the river itself at low tide, 20, 30 feet, so we have lots of setbacks.
Okay.
Yeah. It's very far away from everything.
Yep. So, we've already been in front of the Conservation Commission.
Yes, we have the order of conditions.
Order of conditions that are in your packet. Deed was there. So this again, board, has to do with the structure going into the rear setback, which we've done several times. So Andrew, if it would be okay for you to put up a previous decision, I think Nancy may have provided it to you. I'm not sure which.
I put it in all the docs.
Okay.
Yep.
And then the board can have that as a reference point, and the applicant can take a quick gander at it.
It's loading.
Thanks so much.
While it's loading, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank Nancy for all her help. She really guided me through the process and was just an amazing resource for everybody.
She is, she's,
So I really,
she's,
really appreciate it.
she's
No
the
thanks
best.
necessary, but you're welcome.
You're welcome.
Enough about Nancy.
Enough
Yeah.
about me.
We say it's kind of, our positions are kind of a thankless job, so we appreciate every comment and appreciate that, so. Okay, so here we are with our, I'd like the applicant to pay close attention to the conditions as outlined on this particular decision, if you can read it. And I'm gonna go to my computer. So just so you're aware, board, number 14 was added with a recommendation from town council.
I understand. Yeah, should be no problem with any of those conditions.
Okay, I appreciate that. So are there any comments from the board?
No.
Okay. Any comments from the public? Again, press *6 if you'd like to be heard.
I have a question.
Sure.
There's no foundation or floor elevation, so is that just a general requirement, number 14, that
Who
would
has the
be
question?
related to an as-built plan?
I didn't even have a chance to read it, Women. There can be no certificate.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we need all of that in there.
Yes, I think you are. I haven't even read. Yes, so we will,
My understanding was our engineer had to come back after it's built and say that everything is
There-
exactly the way it was.
right.
The as-built,
So it requires an as-built.
13.
Nancy, I don't have the reference from town council. That was
It's
from-
the red, that's all in red.
The
You can strike
entire,
everything after plan, basically.
after planning board, correct?
Well, after certified plan, that's all.
We'll strike that.
Up through after the comma construction, that,
I can't read it, so
don't worry
my
about it,
eyes
we'll
are
figure it
really.
out.
Yes, so what Chris said. My eyes are killing me right now. Board of Health Conservation Planning Board, okay.
But through the chair, that could have an impact, if I'm understanding that correctly, it means that the applicant can't use the dock until the as-built has been submitted. If that's the case, that could take months, especially now, with surveyors' backlogs, to be able to get out there. An as-built plan is required to close out the conservation permit, absolutely, there's no way around it. But I think I understand the intent of number 14, but just
Not
be
the
aware that
actual
once
wordage.
once the pier is built, it could be months and months before we get an as-built and be able to submit it.
Town council, Tony or Bob, are you there?
I'm here, I mean, that's normally what we require. I understand the time constraints, but
Well, number 14 was a comment. Is that within Bob's?
Yes, it is,
So, just a second. This is number.
Well, through the chair, the reason I asked the question is because the docks, it's not an occupied building or structure, so it doesn't, I've never had one get a certificate of quote occupancy. Now, understanding the intent of the board, if you can have a PE at least write a letter after the construction is complete saying that everything has been performed in accordance with the permits, would that suffice the intent of what we're trying to accomplish here?
I would say it would. So, for the purposes of the board voting on these conditions, number 14,
Essentially going to recertify what we've already put in as certified.
and number 13 Number 13, the as-built plan, so what do you think? Do you have the reference from Bob on this?
Yeah,
I
it's
can't,
here somewhere.
I don't,
Steve has it. You just down.
Doesn't seem like it.
I'm sorry.
it doesn't, yeah, I'm having, I think it was in.
Steve has it.
I have it here.
Court orders.
Thank you, Steve.
We did have an issue with the power too.
Yeah. Will there be power on this deck? On the,
So it's going to be a boat lift, which is going to have two direct drive motors powered by batteries, which will be supplied by a solar panel.
solar panel, okay. And is there a gate gaining access? I know you own the property.
There's a gate at the house end of the path that says private property, no trespassing.
Okay. So what do we do about that?
His issue is, it seems to me that the certificate of occupancy.
Foundation, yeah, I mean, have received a certified plan showing the foundation floor, it doesn't make
All you
sense.
have to do is that. I mean,
Just,
certified plan showing that all requirements of the permits are satisfied.
yeah.
But his issue is the certificate, the occupancy certificate. I don't know why Bob has the.
Could a different certificate, like a certificate of completion instead of occupancy?
Andrew, with the dock building permit, what's the final stages in offering the applicant the ability to use the dock?
Andrew can't hear us right now.
Chapter 9.
No, I can hear you now. I can hear them now. I just couldn't hear what they were talking about.
Oh, okay.
The final stages in getting a dock.
Yeah, so that they can use this dock and they're not held up waiting for, at the very end, before you give the building, well, actually, before you give a building permit, your final okay, they have to meet the other board's requirements. They usually just pass them, right?
Yeah, I think usually, so actually in the past, there's never been a building permit requirement for docks, which is kind of hard to believe. But, so that's something we're changing. Because it is a structure, it should get inspections and the building permit.
So that's where this stems from? Probably.
Pardon me?
That's where this inclusion of number 14 comes from, right? Or I'm guessing.
Yeah, that plus the floodplain permit that was passed, in town meeting in April. Basically, the floodplain permit makes sure that every board and every commission is being satisfied, so it kind of reinforces the floodplain permit, making sure that everything is getting satisfied that needs to be, for that specific project.
So then in that case, it sounds like this should be left alone, but the foundation and the floor elevations so Chris has suggested we strike the foundation and floor elevations, comma, elevations of the completed construction, and that, all, and then leave the rest be.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think a plan showing the elevations of completed construction is a bad idea. I mean, we're gonna have an as-built anyway, and that's gonna show it on there. They're gonna show like top of pile, they're gonna show the different elevations anyway, and then, so I don't think
So just get rid of the
it's
foundation.
It's gonna be on the as-built.
Okay, so just get rid of the plan showing, get rid of strike the foundations and floor elevations, and keep in elevations of the completed construction, and that all requirements of all permits are satisfied. Are you good, Nancy? Okay? Does that make sense?
This is Mark again.
Yep.
So my only point of all of that was that if we have to wait for a survey and consequently a plan before the applicant can actually start to use the dock, that could take some time. And that the goal here is to make sure that once the dock is completed, is that it's been constructed in accordance with the permits. And my suggestion is that you could ask for a letter from a PE, a stamped letter from a PE, saying such, knowing that in order to close out the conservation permit, etc., that an as-built survey has to be done, a plan has to be done, we have to apply for a certificate of compliance and go to a hearing and all of that. But I think the intent and the goal of what you're trying to do here is just to make sure that it was built correctly before anybody uses it. So I'm suggesting that you can accept a letter from the PE, which would be me. It would be the PE that stamped the plans, and that would suffice the goal here.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Mark here. If they get a building permit and we do our inspections, that's going to cover any life safety issues. But the completion of an as-built, they may have to wait until they may have to wait a season or two for plantings to take or something, depending on what their order of conditions is with conservation. It may take a while for them to get that as-built as far as that. If they had to not use it for a year while they waited for certain plantings to take root or something like that, I think that would be a hardship for them. So I think if they get a building permit and it passes that life safety inspection, then that should suffice, and that would probably require getting a letter from the engineer as well.
Lynn, I agree with that, and we can just add on to the back of 13 that when they do get the as-built plan, just so they have to provide it to all the boards, but I don't think you need to make it a condition to get that plan before they can use the dock, so long as Andrew signs off that they built what they said they were going to build and it's safe to use.
Yeah, I think obviously we're trying to correct the procedure and the way that we've been doing stuff in the past. I think when we get the floodplain permit completely up and running, this will solve this problem completely. But until then, let's just do baby steps. Let's get these guys where they need to be. We'll get them the building permit and kind of take care of that. And then in the future, the floodplain permit itself, which is under the zoning bylaws, will capture the final as-built and a certificate of completion as far as the floodplain is concerned.
Okay. So then we're okay with items 1 through 12. Number 13, a stamp letter from the PE. And then number 14.
How about we shorten it to number...
No.
It's just getting really late.
Number 13 will stay, but you just have to add that the as-built plan will be submitted to all the boards mentioned in number 14. It's just not, but it's not conditioned on, the use isn't conditioned on receiving the plan, just when they do it, and they go through that conservation process, just file a copy of the plan with each of the boards. But the use will be conditioned on the letter from a PE, and then sign off from Andrew that it's safe to use after they build it based on their what they apply for in their building permit.
Perfect. We can draft something which says...
We'll draft something that
there's
makes...
no use until the building inspector has approved. final product or done a final inspection.
Yeah. Does that sound like that? Does that make sense? Did you hear what Chris said?
I got it.
Yeah. Chris, you want to reiterate what you just
Essentially,
said?
Andrew, what we'll do is we'll modify the language to keep part of what Bob wants in there with about the requirements of all permits satisfied, but the front end will change that there's to be no use until you've had a final inspection and you're satisfied as to safety and compliance. Something along those lines.
Makes sense. Rest of the board?
Yes, it does.
That was good.
He's like, yeah, that's good. Okay, so then we're going to move forward off of this. All right? Are you good?
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so board members, I'd like to make a motion to close this hearing. Now I have to find my paperwork again.
Second.
Seconded,
Chris Bellows, aye.
Lynn Fiddler, aye.
Styles, aye. Feeny, aye.
Larry Keane,
Aye.
and Heidi. Oh, she recused from this one.
Yeah, this is 2148.
She's recused.
2148.
She's asleep anyways.
She's recused. Okay. So I'd like to make a motion to grant the special permit in accordance with 1302.C01 305-10.12. Do I have a second to grant the special permit?
Second.
Second. All those in favor?
Chris Bellows, aye.
Lynn Fiddler, aye.
Styles, aye.
Steve Feeny, aye.
Larry Keane.
Aye.
I'd like to make a motion to grant the variance in accordance with 305-10.11 of the Marshall Municipal Code for relief from 305-6.07. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Chris Bellows, aye.
Lynn Fiddler, aye.
Styles, aye.
Steve Feeny, aye.
Larry Keane.
Aye.
And we'll use the conditions as we just described them for both sets, the special permit and the variance. All right, Nancy, are you good with that? Okay. All right. You're done. Currently, 10:55.
Long night.
Very long night. We went to midnight when I first started in 2014. This one takes the cake as far as
So
complexity.
explainable, we went every night till midnight.
You did?
You're done with me, right?
Yeah, we're still moving forward. We're getting there.
No, you're done with me though, right?
Yes, you're all set.
Yes, thank you very much for everything.
Thank you.
Great.
Have a nice night, Mark.
You too. Thanks for all your help.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
Case 2153, 38 Hunter Drive.
Yes.
Applicant.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm sorry about this.
Very quick.
Yes, so we're, I'm going to just read it into the record. The petitioner is seeking a special permit in accordance with 305-13.02.C.01 and 305-10.12 and a variance in accordance with 305-10.11 of the Marshall Municipal Code for relief from 305-6.07 to construct a 4-foot by 177-foot pier, a 30-foot by 30-foot gangway, a 15-foot by 10-foot float, and a 4-foot by 4-foot set of steps on the property located at 38 Hunter Drive, which is further identified on the assessor's maps as being on parcel B180302A and is located in R1 zoning district. So we're here with a similar project. Go
Yes,
for
good
it.
evening. My name's John Cavanero. I'm a civil engineer at Cavanero Consulting in Norwell, Massachusetts, and I'm here on behalf of Patricia Jackson, the owner of 3800 Drive. Similar to the application that you just heard, this is it's actually even a little bit more straightforward. There's no lift system. This is a very conventional pier. It's about 177 feet long, as we mentioned, 4 feet wide, with a removable ramp and float that comes out seasonally. It's a 30-foot long structural ramp and a 15 to 10-foot wide removable float. This sits within the North River on the Marshfield side, obviously. It's situated similarly with respect to its navigability. We have presented this to the harbor masters on both towns, cited the nearest mooring, located the nearest docks to make sure there's plenty of maneuverability around the float itself. This is our first public hearing because actually by law we're required to file all of our permits before we go to conservation. So we'll be going in front of conservation next week. And then we'll go through, once we go through the local process, then we'll go through the traffic management process. But we're here this evening for special permits and the last for any use and variance because of the rear yard setback.
Okay, thank you.
Answer any questions?
Any questions from the board?
Did you file with North River Commission also?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, we did, we received approval.
No questions.
No questions?
Questions.
Any questions from the public?
Very well.
How's MCTV holding up in the back of the room?
Good.
You're still, okay. We're almost there. Alrighty. Then let's do the same exercise. Just throw those conditions back up, Andrew. With the same comments that Chris added to items 13, 14.
Modify 14 appropriately.
Okay. Are you comfortable with those conditions? Okay. All right. I'd like to make a motion to close case. Heidi, are you there? I didn't ask you back.
I am.
Okay. Do we have a baby yet?
No, we don't.
Um,
Not yet.
2153 is what we're working on. So I'd like to make a motion to close for 3800 Drive, the special permit and the variance. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mark Stiles. All those in favor?
Chris Bellows, aye.
Lynn Fiddler, aye.
Mark Stiles, aye. Steve Feeney?
Steve Feeney, aye,
Larry Keane
Aye.
and Heidi Conway.
Aye.
So we're closed. I'd like to make a motion to grant the special permit and the variance with the conditions outlined and alterations as Chris described, and the applicant accepted.
Second.
Do I have a second? All those in favor?
Chris Bellows, aye.
Lynn Fiddler, aye.
Mark Stiles, aye.
Steve Feeney, aye.
Larry Keane,
Aye.
Heidi Conway.
Aye.
Okay.
Thank
Very
you
good,
very
Jim.
much.
Thank you. Sorry you had to wait so long.
No problem.
These things happen.
Thank you, Nancy.
Okay, case 2158, 93 Bourne Park Avenue. Not here.
They're there.
They're here. Rodrigo, hi, how are you? You awake? Are you awake?
Yeah, I just woke up.
Okay, good.
Last week finished.
I'm glad you had a nap. I'm going to read this into the record. 2158, Dennis and Laurie Kerwin. The petitioners are seeking a special permit in accordance, we have an echoing. In accordance with 305-13.02 C.01 and 305-10.12 and a variance in accordance with 305-10.11 of the Marshfield Municipal Code for relief from 305-6.07 to construct an 8-foot by 20-foot float and a 97-foot by 4-foot pier and a 25-long gangway on the property located 93 Bourne Park Avenue, which is further identified on the assessor's maps as being on parcel J1008-08 and is located in R3 zoning district. So, Bob, you just watched us go through the last two hearings. Would you explain this project? Do you have electricity on this pier?
That's a good question for the applicant, Dennis Kerwin, which I believe he might be on the line. That's a question I don't really answer to.
Okay.
Can you folks hear me?
I can. Identify yourself for the record.
Dennis Kerwin, 93 Bourne Park Ave.
Thank you.
No, there's no electricity on the dock up here.
Okay. Do you have a gate?
No, there's no gate.
Okay.
We can certainly post signage though, as discussed in that condition.
Okay.
There's no trespassing in private.
Okay, so you saw the conditions as we outlined in the previous two hearings?
I did, yes.
Do you have any comments or concerns with them?
I do not, no.
Any comments from the board?
No.
Any comments from the public? Okay. Based on that and with the decision and conditions outlined in front of the board and the changes that we outlined earlier, I'd like to close case 2158 93 Bourne Park Avenue. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mark Stiles. All those in favor of closing both the special permit and the variance?
Chris Bellis, aye.
Lynn Fiddler, aye.
Mark Stiles, aye.
Steve Feeney, aye.
Larry Keane?
Aye.
Heidi Conway? Wake up, Heidi. Heidi.
Hi, sorry I muted you.
Yeah, all right. I know how that is. So we are now closed. I'd like to make a motion to grant the special permit, and I'm going to do both of them together, and the variance using the conditions as outlined to the board. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mark. All those in favor?
Chris Bellis, aye.
Lynn Fiddler, aye.
Mark Stiles, aye.
Larry Keane?
Aye.
Heidi Conway?
Hi.
All right. So that passes 5-0 on both. So you're all set. Thanks, Bob.
Thank you very much, thank you.
Sorry I had to wait so long, but positive outcome.
Yeah, thanks for.
All right, enjoy.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. 2161. I feel like I should like balloons.
You and me both.
Um,
We're not doing this tonight, are we?
Are we done? Case
Can't start anyone after
2161, Scott and Lisa Ripley. The petitioners are seeking a special permit in accordance with 305-10.12 of the Marshfield Municipal Code to extend the existing deck by 26 feet by 14 feet on the property located at 57 Ireland Street, which is further identified on the assessor's maps as being on parcel I-16 -12 and is located in R3 zoning district. So, hi. Feel free to take a seat or you can stand, whatever you prefer.
My name's Rich Evans. I work at Evans Home Improvement. I'm the contractor on the job. And what we're looking to do is on the house right now, there's an existing 26 by 6 deck. We're looking to add we're looking to add 26 by 16, and it's a non-conforming lot, and the deck is not making it any more non-conforming. So that's the special permit that we're looking for. We have 11, if we were below 4 feet, we wouldn't even need the special permit, but it's 6.5 feet. So that's what we're looking for relief from on that one.
So I also have you in front of us for, so you're looking for relief from the variance, a variance on that.
Yes.
I did have a chance to speak to Andrew in regards to this project. So Andrew, are you there?
Yeah.
I understand this project is completed?
No. No.
No?
Yeah, it's subject
Can you explain?
to tough work. It was mostly completed already, yeah.
Can you show the board where you stand? We just lost the screen, but you must be working it.
Yeah, he's there. He's still there.
Okay. So I'd like to ask, while we're getting this up, so we asked the board, you know, would we approve this without the existing changes? Because it seems to me that they didn't come in front of the board.
Well, if I may, I filed the application, and I spoke to, and I don't believe it was Andrew. It might have been Mark, I believe.
Okay.
I'm not sure, because I spoke to him on the phone.
Okay.
When I submitted the application, I said, does everything look all right? And he said, yeah. He said, but I need the setback on the sides. And my own fault, I take full responsibility. I started the project without the permit in hand, so.
Okay,
We stopped it.
all right.
Yeah.
Heidi, did you have a comment?
I didn't really hear whoever was just talking.
That was Rich Evans, the contractor for 57 Ireland.
Okay.
Okay.
I missed it.
So the reason we're here is because there's a side setback issue, right?
Yes.
All right.
So they've created a new nonconformity as far as my understanding. Andrew, do you want to comment? Are you still working through it?
I'm trying to get the pictures up.
All right.
I mean, it's done. I mean, it's all done. The sonotubes were poured without a permit. The whole deck was framed without a permit. It's all got all the railings are all up, the decking's on. I mean, it's done.
So we're here. Larry, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I mean, the only alternative is to have this gentleman completely remove it. I don't know if I'm for that.
What, I mean, what normally happens under this kind of circumstance?
Well, in the time I've been on the board, we have not had this really, has maybe occurred a few times. So it's at the discretion of the board to have this deck torn down or move forward and grant the variance.
I'll be happy to I'll dig up any footings on the framing, obviously you can see. But
What's the variance for?
this is just a special permit.
Just a special permit, right?
Yeah, it's just misread.
So I have Form 2B in front of us, right? To be or not to be?
What was the question?
No, it's getting late. So what is the actual non-conformity we're dealing with? 14.9?
Yeah.
So it's actually, so the deck is over 4 feet in height and encroaches the setbacks on the side.
Next to it encroaches to the side setback
But no
on
more.
one side, correct?
Yes.
It just traces the already non-conforming setback.
Now, I realize you weren't able to do a complete framing inspection of the sonotubes and all of that, but you did your inspection of what you saw there. What was your view on it?
I didn't do the inspection, the building inspector did. We didn't even bother looking at that because they didn't have a permit. So,
Okay.
Really, that doesn't matter. And what mattered was they got approval from the ZBA. Once they get approval from the ZBA, then we can start to address building code issues with them, violations of the building code for starting without a permit, that kind of stuff will come separately. But the ZBA has to determine, on its own merits,
Whether it stays or goes.
it stays or goes, or whether and I told, you gotta look at it as if they were coming, before the
You
board.
never framed it. Yep, I got it.
Also take into consideration that, that they did violate the bylaw, which is permits required, it's 10.01 in the bylaw.
So Bob, there was a comment that sketch plans are tough to read. The plans, were they mislabeled or Smith
Are
plans?
these actually the stamped engineered plan?
Yeah, we would,
This is in the building department too, I mean, this is not gonna be acceptable for us.
Okay.
No.
So could we,
Just-
same thing on this one, could we kick this down the road and get a stamped engineered plan, exactly what we have here? So we know exactly what we're dealing with?
I think that sounds like that makes sense, because this, if this was in front of the board right now, the question is, would we approve this and move forward on it? I'm guessing, quick answer is no, not without. Rather than have this gentleman tear it down.
Yeah, that's,
So if he
that's like
comes,
the last option as far as.
right, and I don't want to do that either.
With a set of engineered plans and a thorough inspection by Andrew, and if he has to remove a section of it to change it or make improvements, then so be it, but.
Well, that would be after the fact, after, he wouldn't go out and do that until the board came. But if we kick this to September 14th and have this applicant provide the actual deck and relationship, fix this up, I don't know. Or we let it go through tonight. At this point.
I'm neutral as to.
Neutral?
I'd personally like to see a set of plans so Andrew has something exactly to go off of, and we have something exactly to go off at a later date.
Can we condition for that, though?
I mean, I'm gonna require that anyway.
I'll be happy to get the plans.
Building permit, just because it's not sufficient, you know?
So we could
But I mean,
condition it.
With that being said, if this pops up to us in the future, we should have some type of protocol that, you know, that all criteria are met, that if this does get approved, we want to be able to say we approved it based on a stamped engineered plan, that we're not just saying, yeah, go ahead.
I'll be happy to do that.
Okay,
That's my,
I would go along with that. So let's, based on that, you understood that
So,
comment?
just
So
have to
we-
get the deck itself stamped by an engineer.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
And then that will help you, you're gonna need it anyway to get your building permit done correctly and get everything copacetic, okay? So, I'd like to make a motion to move case 2161 to September 14th, pending that, requirement for the board, and we'll move forward on voting on that point.
Okay, so I'll have to wait till 14.
You're gonna have to wait till the 14th to get everything together, and then,
Okay.
then there's 20 days from the decision, so it's gonna take a little bit.
Okay.
Unless we.
But he was saying it's done, it's not done. I mean,
It's not done, I understand, and I heard your response.
okay. I
Okay,
just, you know, it's not usable right now.
yes, okay, so, all right.
It's still,
Are we all on the same page?
Yeah.
Andrew, are we okay?
Yeah.
All right, so let's make a motion to continue case 2161. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mark Stiles. All those in favor?
Chris Bellis, aye.
Lynn Fiddler, aye. Mark Stiles?
Aye.
Amy, aye.
Larry Keane?
Aye.
Heidi?
Aye.
Okay, everybody. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, we'll get you up front next time.
45 minutes to spare, Liz.
What?
Just 45 minutes to spare.
What do you guys want to talk about? Heidi?
well, we started a half an hour earlier.
I know, well, that wasn't my fault. Yes, go ahead, Heidi.
Do we have to do?
Yes,
the
just
minutes?
read those and accept as Scribner's. Go ahead, make a motion.
I'm sorry.
I can't even think.
No, you're good. Good
Somebody
night.
else has to do it.
What are they? I'll do
My
it.
daughter's having a baby any minute now. I can't even think.
That's all
What are
right,
you
6,
doing
8,
there?
7 what?
I don't know.
6/8, 6/22, and 7/13.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to accept the minutes with Scribner's for meeting of 6/8/2021. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye, Chris Bellis.
Lynn Fiddler, aye.
Mark Stiles, aye.
Amy, aye.
Larry Keane
Aye.
and Heidi?
Aye.
I should have done all three of them the
Yeah.
same. 6/22 and 7/13, same. I should have done all three of them. Make a motion to accept the minutes with Scribner's. I'm going to just do both 6/22 and 7/13. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Seconded by Mark Stiles. All those in favor?
Aye, Chris Bellis.
Lynn Fiddler, aye.
Mark Stiles, aye.
Amy, aye.
Larry Keane,
Aye.
Heidi.
Aye.
Okay. All right. So that's it. You guys all win the golden ticket. I wish I had one to give it to you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thankless job.
Take care, guys.
You guys rock.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Linda.
Thank you, everybody. Lynn Fiddler, make a motion to adjourn. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mark Stiles. All those in favor?
Chris Bellis, aye.
Lynn Fiddler, aye.
Mark Stiles, aye.
Feeny, aye.
Larry Keane. Heidi Conway. I heard you. All right. All right. Good night,
Vote for
everybody.
Larry, aye.
Drive really safely.